Good evening, and welcome to the City of Leon Valley City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, March the 18th, 2025, and it's approximately 6:30 in the evening. And as you can see, we do have a quorum. All City Council members are present, with the exception of Mr. Martinez, who called and has a work commitment tonight. But I've talked to the manager, and we'll put his excuse on at the next City Council agenda on April the 1st. All right, and I've asked Mayor Pro Tem Campos to please lead us in the pledge. If y'all would please stand. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right. I also want to let you know that our city attorney is online this evening, since he only comes one meeting a month, so he is online. If we have any questions that we need to ask him, we can certainly ask him in that manner. Okay, so we're going to go to agenda item number 2, which is citizens to be heard. Is there any citizen in our chambers that would like to address the council at this time? Please come forward, state your name and just generally where you reside, and you have up to 3 minutes to speak. Oh, we've got a quiet council tonight. Quiet chamber, okay. Then seeing no one, then we will move to presentations. And as you can see, we have quite a number of presentations this evening. And I'd like to start with presentation number 1, presentation to Albert San Miguel for 39 years of service to the city of Leon Valley. And the third time's the charm. No, not at all. I know you've had other commitments, so I'm just so glad that you're here. You'll come forward, Mr. San Miguel. I'd like to give you a proclamation of appreciation. You enjoying retirement?
Well, sort of.
Sort of, kind of?
Yeah, well,
okay. Here you go, Mayor. Okay.
Also.
Thank you. So, do you have a lot of honeydews, right?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's always comes with it, right?
Yes.
Well, good, but we miss you.
Oh.
39 years in the city is really something.
Yeah, well, I'm
Quite
glad
an
they put up with me that
accomplishment.
long.
Oh, no, not at all. You are so expertise in the water field, and we miss you, but I know no one is indispensable. I always say that. Okay. Let me read this proclamation, then ask you if you'd like to say a few words.
All right.
Proclamation of Appreciation honoring 39 years of service. Whereas Albert San Miguel has dedicated 39 years of service to the Leon Valley Public Works Department, faithfully serving the city of Leon Valley and its residents. Whereas throughout his tenure, Albert San Miguel has demonstrated outstanding commitment and professional growth, beginning as a laborer in December 1986, advancing to operator in 1987, rising to crew leader in the water department in 2003, and attaining the rank of foreman in 2007. Whereas the city of Leon Valley recognizes the dedication and invaluable contributions of long-serving employees and believes such milestones deserve public acknowledgement and appreciation. Now, therefore, I, Chris Riley, Mayor of the City of Leon Valley, Texas, along with the Leon Valley City Council, do hereby extend our deepest gratitude and sincere appreciation to Albert San Miguel for his unwavering dedication, hard work, and commitment to our community over the past 39 years. Signed by my hand, the 18th day of March, 2025, Mayor Chris Riley. Thank you. Let's give him a round of applause. This is awesome. There you go. We're going to take a picture. I'd like to say a few words.
Well, I would just like to thank my wife and my family for being there and putting up with me with all these all-nighters that I used to have here with water leaks and stuff.
Right.
And yes, ma'am. And thank the city for allowing me to work here for 39 years, and then the citizens, of course, for allowing me to serve them.
And thanks to Melinda and Dave for making my job easier the last 12, 13 years when they joined in over there. And that's about it. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you. Well, we'll say so long, not goodbye, because you'll come back. I know you will, just to say, have some lunch or whatever.
Yeah,
but
yes, ma'am.
yes. Oh, we got something else. Thank you. What is this beautiful? Oh, it's a water drop. Look at that. That is so cool. Albert San Miguel, thank you for 39 years of dedicated service 2025. That is so cool.
Yes,
I've
it
never
is.
seen one like this.
Me neither.
Okay,
Thank you.
great. And let's introduce your wife.
Oh,
Yes.
that'll be my wife, Nora.
Nora, we wanted to say hi and thank you. And Public Works Director or Assistant Director, would you like to say a few words? Because I know he is key.
Albert is one of the most dedicated, selfless professionals we've ever worked with. You could call him at any day, any time of the day or night, and he would respond immediately. I cannot tell you how invaluable that service was.
Thank you. And he's still picking up the phone. And he still picks up his phone? Okay, all right. Thank you again.
Nope.
Really appreciate
Thank you.
it. Take
Thank
care.
you.
Bye, Nora.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye. All right. So I'm hoping that I stayed within 10 minutes. There we go. That's what our goal on our presentation, since we have 7 of them tonight. Okay, presentation 3.2, presentation and discussion on AMI water meter systems, funding alternative, and we have Melinda Moritz here this evening to present our speakers on this topic. Good evening
Yes,
and
these gentlemen
welcome.
are from Performance Services, and they'd like to speak to the City Council about an innovative program that they are running and think could be beneficial to the city.
Okay, and if they'll,
Mayor, can
Yes.
I
Sure can.
just to preface this
yes,
item?
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
We needed some preference.
The council, or the majority of the council and I attended TML, and the citizens of Leon Valley pay for us to attend these services. And while we're there, there's a whole vendor exhibitor, and the council goes and meets with vendors. And the process of meeting with vendors is one of the vendors we met, and so they are presenting to council some information that they had provided them while they were at TML. So I wanted to give a little context of how they ended up here this evening, why we're here this evening, and to show the citizens that your money, when you send us to those conferences, don't go to waste. We do bring that information back here to the city.
We do. Okay, good evening, and if you'll state your name, both of you, and then if you'll keep your presentation to about 10 minutes, and then we'll have questions.
We will
All right,
do our
thank
very
you.
best.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. My name's Chip Woods.
Yeah.
I am with Performance Services. This is Kyle Leonard. Sorry.
Kyle Leonard. I'm an engineer with Performance Services.
Okay, thank you.
We have is the slide deck up, or do you guys have it, or, while he's pulling that up, what's not in the slide deck is, I grew up really close to Leon Valley, we would call ourselves. I was pretty jealous of my friends that got to go to Leon Valley Elementary, but I did go to Marshall.
Yeah.
And so I am a Marshall grad. Kyle is not a Marshall grad, but a project manager that is also on our team is also a Marshall grad. So of at least our 4 core, 2 of us, we consider ourselves Lions, and we're from here. So,
Okay.
But a little bit about us. We're an energy savings company. We're also a design build company. But why we're in front of you today is we are built for water and wastewater projects, and we look for any ways that we can find efficiencies or savings. And it's like a power. I got it. You did give this to me. All right. So, and I will be respectful of the 10 minutes. Just a little bit about our company. We're headquartered in Indiana. We're in year 26 or 27. Our Texas branch, though, has been open for about 10 years. And I've been here you've been here 7 years. And so, but our experience, we've got, if we add up our core Leon Valley team, we're well over 60 years of wastewater experience. So again, we are built for this. My favorite part about this slide is 56% of our customers are repeat business. We do a lot of stuff with school districts and in other states, but in Texas in particular, if you were to go through our website and just scroll through Texas, and I'm happy to share it, majority of our references are cities and municipalities, utilities for water projects that are founded by AMI, but they're not just AMI. We look for other things, and we'll show that to you guys as well. Melinda and staff have been fantastic, have given us any information we've needed whenever we've needed it. Kyle is our senior lead engineer. He has taken a lot of this information. I won't read this verbatim, but these are your numbers. And very conservatively, if we were to point out anything on here, there looks like an opportunity for increased revenue, minimum of 4%. The reason I like to note that is the last 2 years, Kyle? Yes. Last 2 years, the city's around 18% water loss. And so I know from watching the town hall meetings and even last week's meeting, the rates have been a hot topic. Funding for the water main, the sewer main, there are lots of commas and zeros, but the water meters, and Mr. Campos, you know this as well as anyone, they're your little cash registers. And so if you can get those right, then it's helped mitigate some of those unforeseen. It's recoverable water loss. It's actual revenue that you can quantify and tie to a project. And so what Kyle has done is he's taken all the different meter sizes and the data that Melinda and the staff have given us, put it together. It's a bit of an eye chart. What you can note on the right side is very conservatively at that 4%, which is, roughly a quarter of what the overall water loss is. On average, most of our projects in similar situations are closer to a third. So if that 4% ramps up to closer to 6%, that's additional project funding that might fund other things that might be in your future capital needs, whether it's some of the valves that are stuck or the 40-year-old hydrants, or a lot of these different initiatives that are down the road can be pulled into a project like this and funded by the meters. And so that's the value that Performance Services brings. We've got really good, experienced, smart people like Kyle that their heads on a swivel. They've seen this, and we've done this. We've got a ton of experience in doing projects like these where we're leveraging the savings and the efficiencies to help fund other measures for the utility in the city. And then the other thing I'd like to note that probably should have been highlighted is, based on this very conservative at the 4.5%, is the project pays back in just under 11 years. If all this math is true, I state that like that because if all this math is true, to leverage, and I'm skipping ahead, but because we're tight on time, I am going to skip ahead. We're looking at just at the water loss, being more efficient in how you read it. The staff also mentioned there's a lead and copper survey that the EPA required to be fully complete October 16th last year. It's incomplete. Part of our project in the scope would be to complete that, not only the lead and copper survey, but any other improvements that the EPA and or TCEQ has that trickle down, and so we would help in that initiative. And then also the city has been throughout the years worked with SAMCO on distribution leak detection. We have worked with several vendors and to include SAMCO on adding technology throughout the distribution. So you've got 20 miles of both sewer and water main lines that need to be, the AC pipe that needs to be repaired. We can add technology in certain points, and it's a lift and shift to be able to identify, okay, you know what, we might want to prioritize this. And I know the staff has done a wonderful job in prioritizing some of that 1 through 8, both water and sewer. This is just additional technology that might help them either justify that and or, hey, we might want to move this and change the priority a little bit. All right, but this is what I wanted to share. how we do this, and it's not unique to performance services. The TIPS is similar to a buy board or a purchasing co-op. So we've already gone through a competitive bidding process with other like companies. There is and we have to do this competitive bidding process every 2 years. So if the city's familiar with things like TIPS, this is how 95% of our projects are done through TIPS and then leveraging a tax-exempt lease purchase, but projects can be funded by a bond sale or cash if the city has it. Some of the things that we look at is, let me stay here. The TIPS is how we're procured. How we do it, though, is through the legislation. So Texas Government Code 302 identifies and defines energy savings performance contracts. Anywhere we can find efficiencies in energy is also split out between electricity and or water. And so then it's the measurement of water, how you measure it, to include labor, truck rolls, rereads, any efficiencies that can be gained that way. There is a playbook by the legislation. We feel like we've got a good team and a good process that we've perfected on how you do that, and we can be as efficient as possible in delivering these projects. And we deliver them, and these are the things I want to leave you with. And I don't see a clock, but I feel like I'm pretty close. Thank you. What makes us unique is there are no upfront. There's no upfront cost. We look for leveraging legislation. It allows for budget neutral projects over a 20-year period. So we can look at savings even down in years 19 and 20 that might help fund a project. So when I mentioned earlier your available project funding, if the percent from 4.5 recoverable jumps to 6, that just increases what we might have available to fund a project. We wouldn't necessarily recommend funding a meter project for 20 years because they likely last 20 years, but the chances are we want to leave you those last 5 or so to start thinking about what that next program looks like. But you'll see what the numbers that Kyle showed earlier, with the math that we currently have, it's at just under 11 years. We have to prove that out through the legislation with an investment grade audit. And so there are different processes. Here are the processes because I'm short on time. We've done the prelim. We have to do meter testing. The investment grade is stated as such. It is an investment, but, and I'm scrolling back up because I want to get back up here. There's nothing due up front. We're talking to you today. Your budget's already been set. We don't want to come and ask the council to amend the budget to have a breakaway fee. Those fees the fees that we have to pay are third-party costs because legislation requires us to have a third-party auditor come in and test the meters, and then there's another third-party engineer that has to test our math. So again, I thank you for the flash.
Okay. So do you want to sum it up in about 30 seconds?
So
okay.
What I want to leave you with is
okay.
Budget neutral, no change orders, no upfront cost, and it's fully transparent, so there's open book pricing, and we guarantee the performance. And so whatever we implement, if we put in whatever system it is, and you pick the system, we don't pick the system, you pick the system. If it's not working, we have to make up the difference in what that revenue loss is.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Woods. Do appreciate it. All right. Questions, comments? Yes, Mr. Campos?
No, you're our water
Yeah,
guy.
I was going to say, Mr. Campos is our water guy, so let's start with you first, and we'll go from there. And then the citizens, if you have any questions.
On where you're doing the recovery at 10.8 years, that roughly runs about 1.2 million, just short of $1.2 million. And, I'm trying to figure out really, what is it what is the project that you're proposing? Is it
Right.
buying the meters
Yeah.
as part of this project, which are the AMI meters? Is it the software? Is it the communications? Is it all of that for this $1.2 million?
No, it would be like twice that. You know, that recoverable revenue is just what is potentially going through the meters. There are other efficiencies. I believe you're budgeting close to $70,000 a year for meters that haven't been, you know, that money may or may not be reallocated every year, but there's funding the city is setting aside. That is a benefit of the project. So then you add that $70,000 on top of that. What we have to prove out is if we are fortunate enough to be hired by the city and the council approves, we go and vet it out through the investment grade audit, right? And so we test all the meters. We collectively come together and say the meter test says X. So then we say, okay, if that 6% gives us $3 million in available project funding, the meter project as stated with the different scope and the lead and copper survey and potential leak detection, that might be $2.3, $2.4 million potentially at today's like pricing. And again, we don't know what the pricing is because the city hasn't picked what meter vendor they want, what technology they want, what software they want. The different meter technologies, you can have a valve integrated within the meter or outside of the meter for throttling consumption depending on various number of reasons. So there's a lot of decisions that need to be made, but the how it's funded is based on what we determine when we test the meters.
Because on this theoretical, I'm going to say it's theoretical because you haven't put
absolutely.
anything on a bench meter or anything like that.
Correct.
But you're citing in one of the graphs, the one that you said was a lot of eye chart, right? It had annual increase of revenue of $106,000. The 106.9, it's on the fourth slide. And, you know, when you're citing here 10.8 years payback, well, I just multiplied that out and said, okay, it's a $1.2 million project.
That
But
is strictly water loss in those numbers.
Okay, but somehow that doesn't, to me, intuitively doesn't say that's a payback.
Sure. So the part that was not included in there would have been like the O&M savings and capital cost avoidance. So we're saying, okay, if we're putting in an AMI system and you're not having to do truck rolls or, you know, manual meter reading, then we're saying, okay, we're going to reduce those costs. So that would be an O&M cost that we did not put in the presentation slides. And then that other 70,000 that Chip was talking about that y'all, you know, have been previously setting aside but not necessarily using that, we're saying, okay, hey, if we can use that 70,000, then that would also be added to the, you know, payback calculation.
And this kind of is a question for Melinda. On the meters that we have been purchasing, I think we've been purchasing meters every year. Are they capable of being upgraded to an AMI system where you're adding the module?
Yes, sir, I believe they can.
The only thing is that they're not
They're not radio read. Right now,
but
we have
they're-
touch read.
the meters that you're looking you're citing here were more solid state meters.
Correct.
I don't think we're using solid state meters, are we?
I believe we are.
Okay, so there's no moving parts within the meter.
Correct.
Okay, so all we need to do is just add that component for the broadcasting of the, okay.
The other savings that I just want to bring to y'all's attention, we spend about $60,000 a year in employee salaries
Yeah, that's
to
what I
read
was
the
gonna ask.
meters.
Mm-hmm.
5 days every month, and then we also go back out the next week and do rereads, disconnects, and reconnects. So we're spending that kind of money just on those 4 employees doing that. While they're doing that, they are not able to clean sewers. So we spent $250,000 last year cleaning sewers and getting them videotaped, but we could have done that in-house had we had the time to do it. So it helps on the city side, but then on the customer side, it's incredible because they have an app they can put on their phone, and they can check their water usage. We just had a gentleman call in, his water bill is $1,300. His kids came for spring break, and they forgot to turn the back water hose off. It flooded the 2 houses down from them, flooded his backyard, and he never knew it. Had he been able to look on his app, he would have said, wait, where's this 100,000 gallons of water going? And we have instance after instance after instance of that. And so it saves the public, but it also saves the city.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
That's it.
All right.
Well, I was gonna
Councilor
do-
Roscoe, you're next.
Thank you. I was just going to call Ms. Moretz up, and you asked most of the questions I was going to ask. What's your overall take on this? I
I
know that
love
you.
it. I can't wait. We need AMI meters so bad. Like I said, it saves the city money because you're not having as much water loss. You can read them by the second, by the minute, by the day. You'll know immediately when there's something really a high volume water loss. So if you have leaks in your system from just a main break that's underground, you don't see it daylight. We can see that in the water that's being lost. And so you save that money, that now becomes billable water. But then on the customer side, it's just fantastic for the customer.
So how long will this transformation take, and how does it affect our businesses?
You would do it a section of the city at a time till you got all the meters outfitted for it, and then you put in the radio controls, and boom. We would use probably census meters because that's what we use right now. We have they meet up with our Encode software billing system and Quadient, which is another billing system, and so it's just a matter of training the staff how to use it. It's like any other conversion. It'll be a little bit painful to go through to begin with, but I think the ease and the savings that we're going to get, plus the conservation from it, is well worth it.
Thank you.
Councilor Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. So my question is, when you talk about the improved accuracy of the meters, right, and of course there's savings, there's a lot of talk of conservation savings, water's running, hey, let me turn it off. But where does the 4.5% accuracy improvement come from? You're talking about 4.5%, from my understanding, extra revenue increase. Is that correct?
Correct. So your existing meters are an older census mechanical meter. So the mechanical meters, get clogged, slow down, and they're not as accurate. So right now, based on our experience, we're estimating that the accuracy is about 94%, and that we would increase to a 98.5%, which is what the manufacturers guarantee, do a performance guarantee for 20 years. And so that's what we're basing that savings on. Typically, when we install the meters, we do a pre-test and then a post-test. The post-test usually shows the meters, within a few tenths of a percent, around 100%. And so there'll be additional savings on top of that.
So that 4.5%, you're saying it's additional revenue. That's for the citizens. That's almost like it will be a 4.5% per year increase to the citizens and the businesses of only the citizens that are on Leon Valley Water. Half our city's on SAWS, half of the city's on Leon Valley, roughly.
And the SAWS customers, they're not, I drove by my old house, so I'm assuming those are still SAWS. And they still, because this is what I do, I lifted a lid to see what kind of meter it is. And so they haven't changed out that neighborhood yet, but they're really close. Mr. Campos, I think y'all are about a year out from having all of the residents, I think it's the residential SAWS meters will be all replaced with a similar type static meter with no moving parts. The other question about the meters that have been recently purchased, I'd like to just quickly touch on. Regardless of the meter technology, the census, that type of meter with the encoded register, it is the standard protocol output. So if the city wanted to use a different type of meter, you won't have stranded assets. So everything that Melinda and staff in the city has put in the last few years would be able to be repurposed.
Okay. Anything else? I had a couple of.
So just, Melinda, I'm sorry to, maybe, my question was earlier, are we having the solid state meter without moving parts? Is that what we're buying?
Yes, sir.
So then we wouldn't have that high error rate, potentially, because we don't have mechanical meters?
Sorry about that, I got it backwards. Yes, we do have the mechanical meters, so
Okay.
they do slow down over
Okay.
time with age.
All right, so that's why I was asking about the solid state, yeah. All right, now I understand.
Okay, very good. All right, well, thank you. I appreciate it. Ms. Heil, let me go to you, and then I have just a few.
How long would it take to convert the city to this? 6 months, a year?
I would give us a year, but we would beat that. It largely depends on if it's, let's say, the city goes through and says it's census. Let me back up. If you hire us, we will complete an investment grade audit. We can do it as good as we can in 60 days. We usually ask for 90, but because you're close, we don't have a lot of travel time, we can be more efficient. And I think 60 days is not a stretch. Then it's, you land on what meter manufacturer you want. We order the product, and however long that takes. When we have product on hand, I would say for a city this size, I'd be shocked if we weren't able to implement everything in 6 months.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, excuse me just a second. Let me just ask a few questions. Thank you, Mr. Roscoe. I appreciate it. Yeah, timeline was one of my questions, and how much savings from the meter readers, and that's 60,000. But, you know, nothing's free. So how much is it going to cost us, the city? I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Yep,
What's the bottom
absolutely.
line? I mean, who's going to front the cost for the meters or for the attachments? Or the, I didn't hear that we had to have brand new, we just had to add a part. Is that what I'm hearing?
I would only add the part on meters that have been recently installed, like the Seneca West and some of these others that are just relatively newly set. Especially if, you know, if there's a new meter at the school or, you know, a hotel, some of the larger meters that are relatively new. I don't recommend replacing those, but, you know, driving around the rest of the city, I would absolutely replace every meter in town.
Oh, you'd replace them, not just add the,
Absolutely.
Okay,
Because you
so-
can add the technology and have transparency, but you're only getting really good, you're getting really frequent bad data.
Okay.
You know, if you have a stuck meter, it's going to be stuck, but you're going to know that it's stuck every hour.
okay, but now you didn't answer my question. How much is it going to cost us?
We're not sure because you need to tell us what meter manufacturer you want. We would likely give you a couple options. Census would be one because they're the incumbent. If it's census only, you have that option. And we would say, okay, here's how much it's going to cost with the census meter, with these people installing it. The city will likely require, there's probably be some extensive plumbing because a lot of these meters in boxes haven't been touched in decades. So all AMI technology most require a new lid. You have a lot of concrete lids. Mr. Campos, you're well aware of this from what SAWS is doing, so it's.
But that's the city's responsibility, is that correct?
You hire us, we do everything.
You're going to do it,
So
okay.
in that scenario, in this scenario, it would be roughly around $2.3 million to do the leak detection, the finish out the lead and copper survey, lids, any plumbing parts, and a full meter system.
And your company's going to front that cost?
We will pay for it, but it's going to be, we're going to order it. It's paid for over time through either a tax-exempt lease purchase, if the city wants to pay for it through a bond or cash.
Okay,
and then
so
we
it
don't have
still
enough
comes
time.
back to us, yeah, okay.
Yeah. So, but through a tax-exempt lease purchase with 90+% of our projects it doesn't affect your debt ceiling or your ability to borrow or your credit rating. Because it's a principal and interest payment that is approved by council every year, just for that 1/15th.
But we need to know what that number is, right? I mean,
Well, we won't know until
I
we
understand,
do the testing.
I understand.
And
But do we hire you first, and then you tell us second, what that number is?
Well,
Do you see what I'm saying?
You're only hiring us to do the investment grade audit, to prove out what we believe.
Okay,
Then
All
we
right.
come back to you with a total project price with the scope. The city identifies the scope. We say, okay, if we have this much in available funding, the city might want to use all $3 million or all $2.5 million or whatever it is. But you'll at least need to do whatever fits within legislation that is creating that lift in revenue, which
Okay.
is the meters. And
Okay.
so then you have a final price and scope. And we also will show the ability of how this could be funded.
It
Okay,
would
yes,
be a
sir.
two-phase process. So you would hire us for the investment grade audit
Okay.
first. We have a breakaway fee of that, I think about $36,000.
Okay,
And then we would develop all the financial models and savings and payback information, present that to you again.
Okay.
And then you decide, you vote on if you want to proceed with the
okay,
construction.
all right, I got you. That's a little clearer of how the process works. Okay, I had a question for either Dr. Calder or Melinda, but how does this program fit into our overall discussion of replacing, water mains and sewer mains that we've been talking about for the last year? Does that have anything to do? It's just extra. It's on top. Okay. All right. Just want to be sure. All right. Then I was going to ask Mr. Orozco to.
I know we're short in time also, but I have a tendency to feel that this subject can come again. Melinda is very good at what she does, and she's going to bring that up again, and hopefully we will. We've been to TML, almost all of us have, and you're not the only game in the court. How do you compare yourself to your competition, and what makes you better than them? What is it that you got that they don't have to offer?
It's going to sound corny. I think it's our people.
Okay.
I think we're the difference maker. I mean, I've been doing this for 15 years, 4 years with Performance Services. The other part of your team, Kyle's been doing this 7 years here, but how many years overall, like, in the industry doing this?
I've been an engineer for 20 years, so this is just one of the things I do.
Yeah. And so, to answer your question, I think it's the people. Mayor Riley, to answer the other question, how does it affect potentially those other projects? You're going to get a lot of visibility on how and where the water's going. So you will be able to, it will have a little bit of an impact. The other thing is, because I've watched the last 2 meetings, and I'll be quiet after this, unless you ask me another question.
Well, my second question was, we got close to 500 houses being built here in Leon Valley. Are they going to have to get rid of the brand-new meters?
No.
They'll be retrofit with new technology.
Yeah, as long as those are the solid state, yeah, those should.
And I'm assuming they would be. They put the best
They're at
in.
least in encoded registers. I've
Okay.
seen them.
Yeah,
Mr. Bradshaw.
My question kind of
Yeah.
goes along with
Okay,
that.
go ahead.
What Mr. Campos said earlier about the meters that we have now, we have upgraded. I believe the one in my house isn't that old. And I think it wasn't too long ago, maybe a few years, when we spent $500,000 on upgrading meters. So it seems kind of pointless to me to get rid of when we're just talking about payback of 10.8 years. So if they're only a couple years in, why would we get rid of those and replace them?
I don't remember us spending $500,000 on
Melinda,
meters.
okay. Would you like to address that, please?
No, we budget 70,000 each year. We've never spent 500,000 on meters.
70,000. So how many have been replaced? Do you know?
I don't, because the size varies and the price varies with the meter, but we'll typically buy 20 meters a year.
Okay.
So for me, it's just more of direction. Do y'all want me to include in the capital budget the $38,000 for the next step, which is the investment grade audit? And again, I want to emphasize, like, I have brought AMI to this council 4 times. And that sticker price tag always, at the end of the day, scares off the council. I would hate to invest the $38,000 if the council isn't going to, want to move forward in that direction. Like, if that's not the ultimate goal. And again, my focus, because I've had having a hard time having the council focus on the big projects, which is the broken sewer mains and the water lines, have been my focus for y'all to kind of jump on board with, because those are the repairs I think that are in dire need. I would love AMI. Melinda would love AMI, and I think in the long term there would be cost savings there, but I don't want to distract y'all from the main focus of making sure that you repair your water infrastructure, and that we don't get sidetracked on, bells and whistles either. And so If I just need direction from the council on whether or not you want to move forward in this direction, and if you do, then I can appropriately budget, and that's why I had this presentation on this evening, was because we're gonna be going over capital tonight as well, whether or not you want to add that. So you don't have to answer that question now, you can answer it during the
No.
capital portion of the conversation, but I just wanna make
Right.
sure.
But we're already looking at raising at least 2% for the water rates.
Right, this would be an additional
So
$2
what would
million,
this be?
right. Well-
What would that additional cost be?
Well,
to
it
the-
just depends. I mean,
Yeah,
it depends. If you
I know.
decide to do it through the bond initiative, then you're gonna have to adjust your rates accordingly, because that would be an actual debt service, right? If you do it the other option, I don't know what that would look like and whether or not your current revenues would cover that cost or not. I mean, I don't know I don't know until you do the investment piece. And so y'all may be willing to spend the 38,000 out of your enterprise fund for capital and add that in there to do this component, to give you more data to make a more informed
Right,
decision.
Gotcha.
Or not. But I just need to make sure that we're heading in the right direction. And that's something I want
Okay,
to
so we can discuss that when we get to the capital if we
Can if
want to
you
add
wish
it.
to.
So unless
so we
y'all
can
wanna-
move on.
I think,
I'll tell you right now,
Okay, go ahead.
I'm not for it, and there's a couple of reasons. You mentioned the 2% increase. This 4.5% that it's saving, it's additional, it's gonna be a hidden tax to the consumers on top of their water, and then add the 2% on top of that. And then if we do a bond to fund the rest, I mean, you're talking pretty large increase. I'm not obviously against AMI. I think I have it in my condo in New Braunfels. It tells me if there's water running, whatever.
Right.
It's a great thing to have to come on your phone. So, but I just think that the cost is prohibitive right now.
okay, thank you. Anyone else before we move on? Okay, so, thank you. We will discuss this in our capital. We have that this evening. I'm not sure which one it is.
Thank y'all for your time.
3.5, and then we'll decide if we're going to add that or not. Thank you so much. We'll really appreciate y'all being here this evening.
Remember, go Rams.
Go Rams. Okay, you betcha. There's a lot of John Marshall fans here in this town. Okay, thank you so much. All right, moving then to agenda item 3.3, presentation, discussion, and direction on grant for safety camera installation at specific locations within the city of Leon Valley. And we have our police chief, David Gonzalez, here this evening to present. Good evening, Chief.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Welcome.
Okay,
Glad you're
so
here.
This topic came up at CPAC.
Okay.
We discussed security and safety cameras because there are concerns about crime in Leon Valley.
Yeah.
So, in researching some of these cameras that are being used in the area, I think
Got something in your front pocket, huh?
the Universal City, Cibolo, Live Oak, Austin, Hondo, they're all using a system that I'm looking at. So we discussed costs. So I started looking for money and found some money, but I realized that the department needed to apply for a grant to help us get these things. So we applied before I came to council to present the idea.
Oh, okay.
Here we go.
So you're asking for forgiveness. No, I'm just teasing. Okay.
I told CPAC that I would be bringing. Okay, so the question is, I've already applied.
Right.
Should the grant be awarded? Does council want me to continue with this grant application? And these are some of the things that I am looking at. Installation of these cameras would help investigations.
While they're doing that, Chief, can I ask a quick question? Is this the cameras that are license plate reader cameras?
Yes.
Or is that strictly what they're for, or do they just record everything in
I'm
general?
going to show you a video.
Okay.
So you can see demonstration of the camera.
And I didn't see the name of the company. You didn't.
I did not include it in this because
Okay.
there are multiple companies, and if another one popped up that was cheaper,
Oh, you'd go with that.
guess what I would do?
I know, go with that one. Save the city some money.
Okay, so like I said, there's some concerns by citizens,
Sure.
businesses. These are some of the things that the cameras are used for. My reasoning is for the neighborhood safety and criminal investigations.
Okay.
Okay, so during CPAC, Councilor Orozco mentioned a theft in his neighborhood. They hit the mailboxes.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Had I had a camera in the area and the witness said it was a silver F-150, with this type of camera, I can search for silver F-150s. If I get a partial license plate, now I can narrow down what I'm going to get back. If I get a complete license plate, it'll help me even further. So this is the video. I don't know if I can hit.
Roque, you're going to have to hit it from your
Yeah,
side.
can
Just
you
hit the
hit it
arrow.
So this is an overall picture. We start zooming in. We move the camera around. The tab in the middle there, it's telling the camera what to do. So we can go from a very general picture in what's being captured down to the license plate on that vehicle. And the search engine that is attached to these cameras is where the investigation will come to a conclusion very quickly if we can get these. We started out in the range of $200,000, and that was a camera everywhere.
Oh, wow.
So we discussed it in the police department, among the command staff, among the officers. We narrowed it down to 14.
14.
So the cost, somewhere around $100,000.
Okay.
The grant we applied for is $53,000.
Okay.
So we would still be on the hook for the 47, around there. I would think that that would be for the first year, and then after the first year, it'd be $50,000 a year, roughly, that we would have to budget. So consider 14 cameras. That's like 14 more officers out on the street. One officer costs you more than $100,000. That is the reason why I am looking at these. I need more eyes out on the street. And this is the cheapest way to get more eyes.
So do we own these cameras, or we're leasing them, or what?
We are leasing them.
We're leasing them, okay. And then also, do we have to have permission, those 14 spots that you want to put them on? Are they all on city property, or what?
They are mainly connected to utility poles.
Okay,
Along Bandera would be TxDOT.
TxDOT.
So they would be the ones that would contact
okay,
TxDOT, get permission, get all the permits, do all the installation. So the picture that you saw up here, if we have an alert, that message could come to my policeman in his car.
oh,
And that is, to me, extremely beneficial for patrolling. Since my officers can be on one side of town, there's something else going on the other side of town, and the car that we were looking for crosses a camera's path, my officer will know where it was last seen. So we know where to go look.
okay. Now, would these cameras be subject to open records
For 30 days.
for 30
but-
days? Okay.
But here's the thing. That would all go through the company. We keep
it would
none
all
of
go
this.
through the company, not through us?
Right. This is their property.
Okay,
I don't want to increase our workload with open records.
okay, all right.
And they don't want to increase our work. They want to help us do this in a fiscally responsible way.
Okay. And would this fee be covered just in our general fund, or would it need could we pay for it out of forfeiture fund? Or, I don't think red light camera, although that's a safety, I know.
No,
it's
traffic safety, Mayor.
Traffic safety, I
So,
know, but.
not regular safety. But yes,
not
so
regular
we've
safety.
had this conversation, and I do think a small portion can be paid out of red light camera funds. I do think
Okay.
a small portion can be paid out of general fund monies, as well as a little bit out of forfeiture,
Okay.
depending on
All
what
right.
your running balance is in forfeiture.
Gotcha. All right.
And so, again, it's an investigative tool. I went ahead and allowed the chief to apply for the grant because I didn't want to miss the deadline. So I never want to give the impression that we're asking for doing something and then asking for forgiveness. But because cameras are such a hot topic here in town due to the red light camera conversation, I wanted to make sure that this is something that the council would support. If you weren't, then we would just withdraw our application. And so that's why we're here this evening.
All right, Mr. Roscoe, I know you led the charge
Yes,
of the
and
CPAC.
the CPAC is making
Yeah.
great strides to help with this. We're one of the smallest city living in one of the largest cities in the United States, and along with that comes crime. Not necessarily our Leon Valley residents, because we know we never do anything wrong, but we're surrounded, and we're just such an easy target. I honestly believe that. Pretty much like my F-150, easy target. But Leon Valley is a real easy target. A good example is when they dumped 7 dogs. You know, I don't know how is it that we cannot go forward and do whatever we have to do to protect our citizens, to make sure that we're trying to do everything possible we possibly can available to protect them and to bring justice of things that may go wrong. The people in Pavona Place are having to go all the way to Desavala to pick up the mail because they cannot afford, you know, the problems we've been having with the post office as far as getting the boxes replaced. I think this would be a deterrent, and I think that it's amazing of the clarity that these cameras have. And I'm all for it. I thank you for going through, I know you worked a lot on this, and I'm totally for it. And we spend money in a lot of things. And I think that spending this money for the citizens and for the protection and for the safety of everybody that comes to Leon Valley, even though they don't live here, I think this is one of the best assets we can possibly do. So I'm all for it.
Okay.
I'm hoping my colleagues agree, and we can go ahead and get this going.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Campos.
So I'm going to, Chief, first of all, thank you for bringing this forward. I was attending the CPAC when you first mentioned it, and I was quite interested in this. And we do need additional assistance in the investigations. And I think this is one of the most cost-effective ways of doing this. And so I applaud your efforts on getting the grant moving forward. The same thing with Dr. Caldera. Thank you. So I have a question on, so is it measure, are you going to use it related to looking at historic events? You mentioned something that you could also get it in the patrol car, but who's actually running the camera when you're doing it, when you want it instant?
It's the company. It's set up. It's static. It just picks up everything. Like that little video shows, everything that's moving is capturing. And there isn't someone watching it. It's being
Just
recorded.
recording everything.
Just a
Right.
recording.
And then I have to go search for certain things to be able to get that out of the system. We're not going to be watching it all day long. That would take another body.
Right.
That would kind of defeat the purpose of these cameras.
Okay.
It's a tool, kind of like the taser, your gun, your handcuffs. They're tools. I wouldn't have the manpower to watch 14 cameras
Right.
24/7. I mean,
Yeah. The reason I was asking is that when you said, well, I can get it into the patrol car, I was thinking, how in the heck are you going to do that unless somebody's watching?
Okay, so if I put in an alert that I am looking for this vehicle, this license plate, or this partial license plate, and that car is seen by our system, even if Universal City, if I have an idea that it might be over there, and I have an agreement with Universal City that tap into their camera, it will pop up for us on the system. And it will send a notice to my on-duty officer that, hey, that car you're looking for, it's in Universal City at this intersection.
It's got smart detection, almost like AI, right?
Yes.
Just looking at it.
So, yeah, go ahead.
So I think if we were to bring this, it would also act as a deterrent, that
I
people
would-
would know.
I would think
hey,
so.
Hey, we've got cameras recording, so if you're going to do something bad in our city, we're going to have a record, potentially have a record of it. Maybe they'll go someplace else.
Other cities are saying that already.
Oh, okay.
And then my final question, is this a long-term lease that we have to enter into? If we decide 1 or 2 years out, and you know what, it didn't pan out, is there a way to get out?
Yes, sir. I think, wasn't it biannual? Yeah, I think
I'm
it was
sorry?
biannual.
Okay. Well, thank you, Chief. I'm in support of it.
I'm sorry, did you say biannum?
Biannual, every 2 years.
Oh, every 2 years. Okay, I wanted to, every 2 years. Okay. All right, Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chief, for bringing this information.
Mm-hmm.
I went to City of Castle Hills a few months back, and they had a similar presentation, but they had vendors come and present it. So my question is, you said you narrowed it down to 14. Do you have a map of the locations, or do you know what is 14?
We have a map.
Can you tell us, like, where you're thinking? Obviously, Bandera Road, Evers.
He wants
Entry
to
and
keep it
exit
a
from the
secret.
city.
I'm
Okay.
sorry?
Entry and exit points of the city.
Entry and exit points,
basically.
okay.
So I guess I'm for it with the caveat, and I think Mr. Campos had a good idea too. I think we put signs saying placed under surveillance, kind of like what we talked about last meeting
with
at the dog park.
Dogs, yeah.
Right, so people know that this
You're being
area is being
videoed.
monitored by video recording, right? Hello.
Would you do that?
It's
Yes.
it's
Okay.
not going to prevent people from being stupid, right? But maybe some people.
Yeah.
But I would say, yeah, on the major thoroughfares, I think the concern comes up when you put it on like residential streets or in specific
sure.
neighborhoods. That's what I'm more concerned about.
Right.
But
I agree.
along the main thoroughfares and the shopping centers, busy shopping centers, maybe that can catch some of that. Like you could see on this, it said tattoo parlor and whatever, like areas that I think are maybe the higher crime areas. Probably. So
Okay.
makes sense.
That sounds good. So just remind me, the grant amount is 50,000 that you're applying for?
53,
53.
4, something like that.
Okay.
53,400.
But it's 100,000 for the 14 cameras, an annual cost, and so we owe the balance. So would we have to put that in the capital as
Correct.
well? Okay.
So if this
Yeah.
is something that y'all are interested in, first I'm going to wait to see if we get the grant.
Get the
but-
grant.
Sure, I
You know,
understand.
and
Yeah.
so,
Uh-huh.
100,000, like I told the chief, I was like, it's kind of like the AMI thing. I would love to have that, but I didn't know if it was palatable once you start hitting that $100,000 mark kind of situation. And so, depending on how much I could pull from other revenue sources. And so, when we talked about the grant coming up, I thought, $50,000 is way more palatable. Whether it's 55, even if it was 60,000, it's still a little bit more palatable than 100, 120 when you start getting in that kind of dollar range. But yes, you would have to put it into your capital amount, but we wanted to see how the grant panned out, and then we would either come for a budget adjustment, because it could come as early as this year, depending on,
Yeah, I was
you know,
going to
what
ask
that's
you, when
gonna-
do you expect to hear
yeah,
back?
it could happen this fiscal year, but
Okay.
I didn't want to continue to use staff time and resources researching and doing all that if the council just wasn't interested.
Okay. All right, sounds good. All right, any other questions from the council or from anyone in our chambers? Okay, right. Okay, well, Steve, Chief,
you.
thank you so
Thank you
much
very
for all
much.
your research, and I hope we get the grant, and then if we do, then it might be a little bit easier to find 47,000 in our budget versus 100. So, all right, thank you. All right, we're moving then to presentation 3.4. Presentation, discussion, and direction to staff to include possible action on the Hebrew Creek Erosion Control Project. And we have, nope.
No, it
No.
will be Melinda. I just want to, this is
You
one of
wanted
the
to-
items that I do want to preface a little bit,
You bet.
because I never want the council to feel that I am misleading in any way. I had a couple of council members reach out to me saying they didn't understand that the original alignment was $3 million, and that the vote that the council took for the new alignment to stay within the creek bed was $7 million. They didn't understand that the original alignment was going to take out less heritage trees than the new alignment on. And so I was put in a conundrum because I don't want the council, y'all voted on option one with the riprap, which was $7 million, and the next phase of the project is environmental, and that is a big chunk of the dollar amount, and I didn't want the engineers to move forward with the $7 million project if any of the council was confused on what they voted on. And so I had two council members, the mayor was a little confused as well, and so I'm going to have Melinda present all of the options to y'all. I want y'all to take the vote on the option that you want us to do. I also reached back out to the engineers to see if they would do like an option 3, which is like just doing the erosion piece, which is like a Band-Aid approach for a lesser amount, but I can't expend those funds without y'all's approval to do a smaller project on erosion. So this is my last ditch effort. Y'all have to tell me what you want to do, because I don't want y'all to feel confused at all in any way. $7 million is a lot of money for us to move forward in a project, and then the council turns over and we stop the project and we've expended all of these funds. We've had it happen once before with the original hike and bike trail. It was good to go. We spent money, and then they found out it was going through the natural area and it stopped, and we did lose those engineering funds. And so I want to make sure we're very clear before we move on with this project. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Melinda.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it. Good evening, Melinda, and welcome.
Good evening, Mayor. Excuse me, City Council. So the question is, should the City Council redirect staff to reduce the Heebner Creek drainage project to just include some kind of erosion and bank stabilization? So this all started out in 2016. The citizens, we did a whole roundtable with all the citizens, and we looked at all the flooding in each area. And we had some concerns from people, obviously, in Grass Valley, which is in the floodplain, floodway, and in the Canterfield neighborhood. And they wanted us to do something about Heebner Creek, see if we couldn't reduce the floodplain. We proposed several options to the council. All of those were denied. Then we applied for a grant from the United States Army Corps of Engineers for just a feasibility study. And if the feasibility study had proven that we could reduce the floodplain within economic constraints, then we could have gone forward with a grant from USACE to actually do the improvements. Unfortunately, the portion of the creek that's above Evers Road to Balky has too many utilities in it, and it did not make the project feasible. So that's number 2 slam. In 2022, council approved budget adjustment for engineering costs to design a project that would reshape about 2,600 feet, and that was the portion from Bandera Road up to Poss Road. Gave 3 options. City Council chose option 4. The option 4 design, which was presented to council, the council decided that too many trees would have to be removed, so gave staff direction to move the proposed alignment to just follow the existing creek bed. And so here's that option 4. This is Poss Road here. This is Bandera Road here. As you can see, it follows the, this was the first one. So it went inside the natural area and took out all these trees. Here's the actual creek bed. So here was the realignment, and this follows from Poss Road. Now it's in the creek bed itself, following it all the way down to Bandera Road. So the alignment was revised and re-engineered. We presented that to council. It was approved. We had to do an additional budget adjustment request because we had to do more surveying, more work on the project, because we didn't do any of the surveying in the bed creek alignment. In 2025, we were asked to reduce the project further to just address the eroded portion of the creek behind the Heebner Onion Homestead and the Natural Area Park due to the number and size of the trees in the path of the new alignment. So here's the study that we did way back when, $250,000. We actually got that money back because the project was not feasible. So yay. 2022 was $633,000 to start with. The additional for changing the alignment was $168,000. So the total budget is $831,000. We've spent $245,000. We still have $586,000 left. The original design construction estimate was $3,600,000. The realignment with the concrete riprap is $7,200,000. If we use the retaining wall, it would be $10,000. For erosion control only, we're still trying to get those costs to you. Now, some of the cost is going to be covered by the San Antonio water system because of the area that they worked on back in 2007. They've said that they would assist as soon as we had a final engineered plan. We did apply for FEMA grant with 25% matching funds. Once the design's complete, we would also apply for additional funding from the Texas Water Infrastructure Fund. If it's reduced to erosion control only, I don't think it's going to qualify for any grants. It would just be a maintenance, and they don't pay for that. We can look for other funding sources. Bexar County has signaled an interest in possibly helping us to fund erosion control.
Right.
And we don't have a recommendation. It's up to the City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes.
So my
Counselor.
first question, could you go back to the cost of
Yes, sir.
the projects? Like the first one was
Yeah,
there you go,
right there.
3.6 million. And then we realigned it, decided to move it. That's the original, the original design is cutting through the natural area. And anybody correct me if I'm wrong. And then the realignment was to go the
Creek bed.
Keep it the creek bed.
And then with the retaining wall was adding another $3 million.
Yes, you had a choice between the concrete or the other, and
That's
y'all
right.
chose the one.
Okay, so, I mean, you see the costs just going up. My question is, on these three designs, which one, I don't even remember if any of them, I thought the original design took some houses out of the floodplain, or
Yes, sir,
more,
the
more out of the
original design.
floodplain? The original design, and then as we changed it, it took less out of the floodplain, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So, based on that, and it sounds like with the realignment, it takes out less trees, but it takes out the bigger heritage trees. So if we went back to the original, it would take out more of the hackberries and things like that, not as many heritage.
The smaller trees.
Is it taking out?
It does take out some heritage, but it
Heritage.
doesn't take out the really
Big ones that are
significant ones.
in the creek,
Yes, sir.
those huge trees, right?
Yes, sir.
So, okay.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Mr. Campos.
You know, as we're seeing the cost increase as the project is redefined, we're trying to figure out, okay, how are we going to fund these improvements? And these are almost unattainable. The 10 million.
The goal with this was to have an engineered project.
Right.
Because when you apply for grant funding, the ones who get the most points are the ones that are shovel ready.
Right.
And so the city wouldn't actually be doing any of the work unless we had a grant funded project.
Right.
Or if the council decides to just do erosion control only and we just don't apply for a grant, we go maybe to Bexar County and ask for some help.
I think right now, you know, I think we need to do something more immediate with the erosion of that area of that Saws pipe sticking up. The other thing in my mind that's coming up is the construction on Bandera Road. And, you know, there's also a possibility that the bridge might be expanded
No, sir, they don't have the real estate there.
to make it wider.
That opening wider, we've asked, and they were like, no, we just don't have it there.
Well, I'm holding out for the possibility that somehow they do, because
Well-
that's one of the choke points that we have. But while they figure all that out, I think we need to do something on this erosion and get Saws involved. And I think there may be a possibility, in speaking with the mayor earlier, that Bexar County is now taking an interest, and so is Sarah. So they're now new members that we could possibly put together and get some funding. I think that's a possibility, but I think the immediate, if we don't, you know, we can wait till these things are shovel ready, and wait for funding, but our problem continues with this erosion. And I think, from my colleagues, that we need to do something in the interim, the immediate timeframe, to solve at least this erosion problem that we're having in the natural area. So,
Okay, thank you. Yes, Ms. Heil.
Thanks,
Counselor
Melinda. If we do the erosion control only, that's a Band-Aid, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so how long would that last?
I couldn't
We
predict the
couldn't
future.
tell, right? So I would assume that would be a lot cheaper than $10 million that we don't have.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody had said it would give us like 5 to 10 years. Do you remember that? Yeah.
In
one
one
our
of the meetings with the engineers, they said that they wouldn't guarantee anything either, that it's going to happen again, but whether or not that would buy us 5 to 10 years was probably a good gauge depending on what they did and what council approved.
Right.
But they also had to do some more, like they need to engineer it, like they need to run the testing to see what that would look
Right.
like.
Well, I know when we met with SAWS, they had a question about our engineer's solution to just chopping off the flowable
The
fill.
top of the
Yeah,
slurry.
they didn't, they had a lot of questions and concerns about that, and we haven't heard back from them. They were going to get back with us on that. At least I haven't.
We don't have a completed design, so they
I
really don't
understand.
have anything to look at.
Well, but they also said we didn't do a scour study, and they felt like we needed to do a scour study.
That's part of the
So-
environmental,
Okay.
and that's the portion that we don't want to do until we get direction from council.
I got you. And then also, I'm going to call Jeremy, the head guy at the Bandera Road, and ask him about the bridge, because we've never talked about it. So
We did. We talked
did.
about it, and he said, well, he told me, or
Okay.
not Jeremy, but
No.
one of the individuals at one of
Okay.
those meetings that we held.
Uh-huh.
I said, it sure would be nice if you'd widen that open so that we can get a better
Yeah,
flood control
exactly.
project. And they told me they didn't have the real estate.
okay, all right, good. So I'm sure that's true, but like I said, I never even thought
Maybe
to
you can
ask.
talk them into it.
You bet. I'll try my best. No. Okay. And then the manager and I met with the county about 2 weeks ago. And so we started talking to the director of the Community Development Department in Bexar County and talked to him about this Heavener Creek and the concern about the Heavener Onion Homestead. And he goes, oh. He said, well, there may be CDBG grant money available because it's a historic site preservation. And so he wants to come out and look at it. And so we have a scheduled appointment next week for him. And he didn't ask me once, he asked me twice. And then at the Earthwise Living Day, there was San Antonio River Authority, and one of the engineers there actually spoke to my husband, and he gave me his phone number, and I called him, and he said that they were interested. He was not here 5 years ago, but he's already pulled the report, he's read it, and he said, I think we're interested in helping. So I think
That
things
was
have
one of the
changed.
community partners that we
Yeah,
were going to hit up again
exactly.
because they did have a plan way back in
And that's what he said.
2010, but it was for minimal, erosion
So I just
control
think
type
that
project.
we ought to explore these avenues and kind of put it on maybe pause and see what comes up, if that's amenable to the council, just because these are moving parts. And anyway, but the erosion in the natural area is really, really, really getting serious. I mean, it's that where the SAWS thing is, it's gotten worse and worse.
So are both banks.
Yeah, right. I know it's not just there. There's other, but that's,
The
we're not going to be able to cross there, I'm afraid, with another
The ones that
couple
are
of-
in the creek, they look terrible. They do. But the one up by Poss Road keeps going towards Poss Road. We fixed that one portion,
Yeah.
but the other portion,
Still digging
there's half a lot left.
we have to address that. Yeah, I get you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
The original design, though, that we talked, that would move the flow of water pretty much out of, so the erosion project would basically go away. Is that
Correct.
correct? Yeah, because it would move everything away from the trouble
So
area.
this is the softball field.
Yeah,
Here's the original creek bed here.
yeah.
There's those trees that are in question here.
I guess it still goes by Poss Road, though, right? The very beginning of it.
But we would strengthen
Enforce
that.
all that.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Mayor?
yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr.
Thank you.
Roscoe. I'm sorry.
I know
Thank you
that
for-
the city manager indicated that some of the council was confused. I wasn't till now. I thought that we had voted on the original creek bed to put up barriers that would stop the erosion in certain parts like Paul's Road and further down to Onion
Did.
House.
You
Right,
did.
we did vote on that. So is that exactly what we're talking about?
This is the one that y'all last voted on. And so it follows the existing creek bed, but it has armoring at certain parts. Certain parts are going to be left natural, but it would take care of that water line that's going across the creek, and it would take care of these scour places here and here.
That's the original creek bed, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, is that Salt's pipe active, or is it?
Yes, sir.
It is. Is that sewer?
Recycled water line.
Water. Wow. Okay. So if that one goes out, 'cause it looks
It's
pretty
not going to
rusted.
go out. It's pretty darn sturdy.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Anything else from the council? Any questions, comment from anybody in our chambers?
So I just need direction if you want to go realign I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear, because what transpired was I had 2 council members reach out. The newly elected council member came to one of the, or that's going to take Mr. Bradshaw's spot, came to one of the meetings. The mayor invited her to come. And so she seemed more in line with, just erosion control. And so I didn't want to move forward with the majority vote that we had for option 2, and we expend the environmental funds for the $7 million project, and I'm wasting taxpayer dollars when it's going to be flipped over in May. I mean, I don't play politics with y'all guys, but I also don't want to waste money. Like, that is my number one concern. Because, again, we've done that in the past, because city managers have dug their heels in the ground and the council voted and we're just going to move forward and that's just the way we're going to do it. And I just didn't want to do that.
Okay, so thank you.
Mr.
Dr. Felder.
Bradshaw. Okay, thank you. Did you?
My concern is, if we go back to the cost again and what's best for the citizens, I think spending the $3.6 million, it takes the most people out of the floodplains, most property out of the floodplain, rather than, we're concerned about the trees, the heritage trees. It will remove less heritage trees. But the erosion control, it feels like it's just to protect the onion house. And I do not believe that it's in the best interest of the citizens of Leon Valley to just protect the onion house, which is owned by the Historical Society. I think that's a conflict of interest. I think that's not, shouldn't be used for public funds to do that. So I'm definitely against just doing erosion control for that cause. If we're going to do it, I think we need to do the original design, which would be the most fiscally responsible. That's my take.
Well, okay. I don't think it's going to hurt us to get more information from the Bear County and from Sarah. And
Yeah, so Mayor,
because it
you're
doesn't
trying
make-
to
it
push
doesn't-
it so that the elections come and go and you have a person who already is for your erosion control plan, and then you get what you want. And that's fine too. You can do it that way if you want to do it that way. I'm just saying, I just don't think that the citizens of Leon Valley will be happy to know that we're spending whatever it costs to save the onion house, which is what it very much appears like you're trying to do.
Well,
Mr.
we had already
Bradshaw.
voted on from the 3.6 to the 7 million because we didn't want to take out the natural area, and that's what we're going to be doing. So that's a concern that I have too, is that we're wiping out the natural area. Yes,
So,
Miss
Melinda,
Pyle.
how many houses do we take out of the floodplain?
I don't remember.
Okay.
It's been so long.
Yeah,
Really?
it was 5.
No,
I
it was
think.
like less than 5 or 3 or
5.
2, I don't know. It's not.
a couple, right?
And so that's why we were able to apply for the grant for flood control project.
Right.
Because it was in line with flood.
And that's what I'm saying is that we go and apply for the grant, right? We move forward with the
Well,
grant.
they already, I think you already applied for some grant, didn't you?
We have put
Yeah.
in for 2 of the grants.
Right.
This picture doesn't show up close to where I could show you each property that it, this is the wrong one. But it also takes out part of the Hebron natural area, it takes out this lot here, which is developable. It takes some of these out here, and then of course down the street, which I can't show you on here.
And there is some right-of-way concerns with the Little League as well on this plan. Like, we do need a chunk of their property in order to make this plan work.
On the one we approved, not the original one, right? The
Yeah, on
second
option
one.
4, yes.
Option, This one,
Yeah.
the
This
realignment,
piece of property right here belongs to the Little League.
right?
And so if we did an erosion control here, we would have to get some kind of drainage easement permission from the softball league. This one pretty much steers clear of it.
Right.
Okay. Counselor Campos.
Maybe the course of action right now is to, let's engage with, continue the engagement, or start the engagement with Bear County and Sarah, and see
That's
what,
what I
what
think.
kind of funding. And maybe they've got some alternate solutions.
Okay.
But I don't know, I guess everybody's has their own ideas, but I would like to make a motion that we go back to option 4 to move the floodplain through the natural area, to remove less heritage trees and not have to do all the other erosion projects.
I'm going to second it, but doesn't mean that I have to vote for it, but just so we can put it on record. I second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just defend my, my idea is that it's half the cost of the $7 million one. It removes less trees, and it basically moves the creek away from the saws pipe and all the other stuff that's creeping towards Bandera Road. And it's the cheapest option if we get a grant I think it has more chance of being approved.
And I think Mr. Brashaw has a good point. What's more financially advantageous for us at this time with the budget that we have at this time? Now, it was my impression to believe that by going with the original creek bed and putting out those barriers for the erosion that's transpiring, that it would cost less than having to go through the natural area. Now, they're saying that it's $7 million to go through the original creek bed to put those barriers that are going to stop the erosion for at least, 10 years. How can the price double for doing that when you would have to cut through the natural area? And I just don't see the price doubling just to put barriers up there. That's what concerns me. We already spent $250,000, and we have yet to move one pebble on there. That's, I don't know. That's just a lot of money for me.
Did you want me to answer that
Sure,
quick?
go ahead.
So this one was a natural channel. This one would have a concrete, excuse me.
A concrete bottom, basically. Would it be similar to what we did over by?
410 and Jackson Keller, that's what you're talking about?
This had way less concrete.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute.
Then
I
this
can't
one.
see your point.
This one needs to have concrete
the
here,
original
concrete
one.
here, concrete here.
This one
I
needs
mean,
to have a
this
lot more
one's
concrete in
Much
it.
more armored. And anytime you add concrete to a project, you're adding the cost.
The other one, sorry, Melinda, can you go back one?
Sure.
This one is just going to be a much more natural channel
Yes, sir.
with earth and rocks.
Yes, sir.
That's
I just
why.
don't have $4 million in the budget.
Come on, give us a loan.
Well, I sank it already. I'm
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Campos.
Could we go back?
Go back to the prices, please.
Thank you.
Mr. Campos, did you have a question or comment?
You have a motion on the floor.
I know.
You have a second.
I still have discussion. Mr. Campos, yes, yes, you didn't hear me, but yeah.
So on the original design, the $3.6 million, does that cost include filling in the current channel?
No, sir. It would be left as is.
So we would still have
They'll
that
have erosion.
The water would no longer flow through there. You'd have some water that would come off the sides, but nothing like what you've got from the creek itself. The majority of the water is going to go through the new alignment.
I have a further question. Melinda,
So then you would have to pay for a fill-in. So you would go in and fill in the stuff, but then you wouldn't have it re-erode because the water would be in a completely different location.
I wouldn't fill it in
You'd leave the canyon there?
like it is.
so on the original design, the money, the $3 million, does that include some monies that we have to spend on the property that we have to take, or it's,
You wouldn't need to, because, let me get back there.
Yeah, because it's not. you
So
don't
you're,
need that
you're not
property.
taking that piece of the Little League's field. You probably have to get a drainage easement right up this
Okay,
corner
okay.
here. But this one
This one, you
is
have to
where
get
you're
an
taking
easement.
it out. The creek actually runs on their property.
so what does
As
it
it
mean there
says.
that we have to do a property acquisition needed? Is that for the one in the? For the $7 million. Okay,
So that'd be in addition to if they charge us anything.
okay, okay, we can vote individually, just.
Yeah, is there any other questions? Okay, if not, then who am I going to? Ms. Howe, we have a motion and a second to go to, I say the first option that we talked about months ago, going through the natural area, it's 3.6 million.
No.
Mr. Campos?
No.
Mr.
Yes.
Orozco?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to vote no, only because I want to see what the options are. It doesn't mean we can't come back to this, but I just want to explore the other options that have come up since we started this discussion. So that's my vote. Yes, sir, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to put a pause on the project until we have further discussion with Bear County and Sarah, and then bring this up again to see where we're at. That's what my motion.
Okay, yes.
I would also like to see what the price would be for the erosion only.
So is she seconding his motion? There's a motion on the floor.
Are you seconding his motion for a pause?
I second his motion.
Okay, very good. All right, so we have a motion by Counselor Campos and a second by Counselor Heil to pause the project until we get more information from the other entities, and then also a price for just the erosion.
Thank you.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yes, when is our next coffee with the mayor, so we can discuss this with citizens?
April 25th, I believe. It's the.
You have the goals and objectives on that meeting
Fourth
as well?
Saturday of April,
Okay, I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
right?
But so then to get the cost for the erosion piece is going to cost money.
Okay.
But not very much. It's just an opinion of probable cost.
Okay, well, we still have a balance in that fund, so it's
Right,
not
but
like-
the funds weren't dedicated for that, so I need a separate motion if you want to use those funds to get the erosion costs. So if we could take one item at a time, just so we're clear for the record.
Okay. So we're pausing the project, so that's the vote, so Counselor Heil. Yes. And Counselor Campos?
Yes.
Counselor Orozco?
Yes.
And Counselor Bradshaw?
No.
Okay. The motion passes 3 ayes and 1 nay. And then we have another motion for Counselor Campos for expending the funds out of the stormwater funds. Is that correct?
Out of the already budgeted
Right.
project funding.
Right.
I think that was,
The,
You can do it, that's fine.
the manager wanted a second motion on that. She didn't want to.
Yeah, well, because it wasn't an amended motion to his motion, she just started talking, so then she seconded his motion. I mean, I know it's it's parliamentary procedure,
make
I'm
it
just trying to make
separate.
sure we're clear.
Separate
So then
motion.
you need to make a separate motion to use the already budgeted funds for getting a probable cost for the erosion control only project.
for me, I'd like to just wait. I'd like to wait.
Right, so is somebody going to make a motion on using those funds? No? Okay, so
So
then.
we're not going to expend any money for a.
That's why
for
I'd like to
another-
make a motion
For
and
another
vote, yeah.
erosion control only. Okay.
So we're just
Sounds
pausing
good. So
the
we're
vote.
done. All right. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for the discussion. All right. Moving then to item number 3.5, presentation, discussion, and possible action on proposed capital plans FY 2026. And Dr. Caldera, City Manager, is here to present. And thank you. And that's not the right time, is it? I was going to say, wait a minute, it couldn't be 7, it's 8. Okay. All right, 7:59 to be exact. And no, that's okay. For those of you that are in the chambers, we started this discussion a couple of city council meetings ago, and so now the manager's brought it back and has expanded the capital plans, and we're going to be looking at 10-year plans as well. So.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council.
Okay.
Sorry on that last time. I just want to make sure that we're clear on all the motions, and so, because I don't want to get tangled in that.
We appreciate
tangled up
it.
on that.
All
But,
right. Thank you.
so proposed capital plan for FY 2026. Again, the council asked that we started the budgetary process earlier on in the year, so we started beginning this process back in January, which is really early. And so now we're here, and the staff has come up with what I could call their wish list on items, and I'm going to go through what I consider a priority. And so the IT department is looking at $24,000 for a data center server. And so this would replace all of your hard servers for a cloud-based server. I'm not necessarily, I'm doing a little bit more research on this, and I've contacted some IT vendors. I don't know if this is something we're going to budget for next year, but it is a wish list item for the IT department. It is probably coming in the future, but depending on how we look in our general fund, I don't know if it is something that we'll plan for next year or not, but it's roughly coming out to about $24,000 if we decide to move to like cloud-based servers. We do have most of our documents in the cloud. This would be another kind of like repetitive cloud-based to what we currently have. And so you have hard servers, you have cloud-based servers, you have offsite servers, and so right now we kind of have all of those pieces for security purposes, and so this would just be another layer to that.
We're not consolidating.
No, you don't ever want to do that.
We never want to do that.
No,
So, okay.
no. Not
so
for-
it's just, this is
correct.
just another.
This would be just
server.
another
Okay,
component.
thank
So
you.
again, I don't know if I'm going to recommend this item for next year. I like to present y'all what the department directors are adding, because I do feel like at some point it will come up again as part of a conversation.
Okay.
The police department, when we moved in, we built a gym. It is a requirement for both of our police and fire to stay fit to some capacity. So we do have a gym that is dedicated to the police and fire. All city staff can use it, but because of its location, the majority of the staff that use it is the police department. The fire department was supposed to share it, but the fire department, they want their own gym, and we've just never ever budgeted for it. The equipment was put in there in 2014, and the equipment that was purchased in 2014 was like not commercial grade equipment, and so they've been piecemealing, donating equipment, getting used equipment, and it's kind of just now fallen apart. And so I asked them to get me some budgeted items on some commercial grade equipment, and so this is what the commercial grade equipment has come in at. I get that typically gym equipment is not palatable to the community and the residents, but it is a facility that we do have. It is city-owned equipment, so just some forethought there. One patrol vehicle, some security cameras for the impound lot. The rest of the ambulance, this would be really a rollover item. You have already purchased the ambulance, but this is the other piece to the ambulance. These are ARPA funds. And so that component and the rest of the ambulance will be delivered next fiscal year. But it does open the conversation, and as we look at the 10-year plan, you will see ambulances coming to the forefront. The delivery time on those ambulances are over 550 days and climbing. And so when we start looking at your 10-year plan, you're going to have to start budgeting or purchasing those items now. You don't need to pay for them now. You can do a PO for some of them, but then you're looking at $500,000 plus that you need to start dedicating funds to. And so we'll get there a little bit, but that's the ambulance, the rest of the ambulance that we have already purchased. We bought the truck piece first. This is the box piece. Once the manufacturer puts it all together, they'll deliver it, and that's the rest of the ARPA funds will be dedicated to the ambulance.
Yes, Mr. Campos.
So what year is the truck part of it? I guess I'm
It's
confused
this year.
because it says 214,
No, the ambulance that we're replacing is the 2014 ambulance that we bought in 2014. We purchased, and Mike's not here, unfortunately. We purchased the truck part of the ambulance this fiscal year, but it takes over a year and a half to do the box piece. So we have the truck, they're manufacturing the box piece, and they have to attach it to the truck piece. This is the box piece that's remaining. And so the truck is still at the manufacturer, getting the box piece added onto the truck. And so this is the other portion.
And this
Oh, there
260.
he is. I was like, I know I saw Chris. Where he help me? Phone a friend.
So we purchased the chassis from
Oh.
Dodge.
Again, the
Mr. Willis, yeah, we need to be on the, it's so important, yes, it's so important to speak into the microphone, because I'm listening to city council meetings, and when people don't do that, we don't know what they're saying. It's crazy.
We purchased
So-
the chassis for the vehicle, the Dodge. It's sitting on the back of the fire station right now. So like as the city manager was saying, we have to wait at least 2 years for them to be able to get us in line through Fraser in Houston to be able to put that box on. Once that box goes on, it's going on a 2024 chassis.
Okay.
Why
And
is-
so,
go ahead.
so if we have that truck, so for the citizens and for my benefit, I'm thinking, okay, that thing is just sitting there, but is somebody turning on the engine and?
Yes, that truck is driven on the highway. It's actually driven on the highway, just chassis only, to keep the wheels good and the batteries charged. Right now, we still have the 3 ambulances that are working, but this is just going to replace the one that sits in the back of the fire station.
And then the box part of it, it's going to take $265,000 to put that on the chassis, and that was, the money's already here in the ARPA
ARPA.
fund, correct? Okay, thank you.
We've already dedicated and told
Yeah.
the state that that's what we're using those funds for.
Now, I wanted to ask you, why is it taking so long?
Well, that went back to the COVID and then all the chips that weren't being made or shipped
Oh,
over.
okay.
Once
All
everything went down, they got so far behind. It's taken almost 2 to 3 years to do a fire truck now as
Oh,
well.
wow.
So
And, you know, as I look at the 10-year plan, I mean, I think you've got 4 ambulances, you know,
Start stacking up.
earmarked for over the next 10 years. So, okay, thank you. I appreciate that. Dr. Caldera, before we go on, I was thinking about the impound security cameras. Is there, I mean, I always thought that when we had the auction, and we usually end up with extra money in that dedicated fund that goes back into the general fund. Can we just purchase this out of that money at the end of the year? Instead of putting it in the capital fund, is what I'm saying.
Well, because all that money goes into general fund. You can do
know.
a budget adjustment this year, but that money pays for your impound lot. So so if there's money left over, right? There's not always money left over.
But usually
So-
there is.
No, not really. It pays for Jimmy. It pays for your service. I mean, it pays for your stuff. Now, if we have a really big auction, then we
Yeah.
flushed it out and we were able to pay.
Right.
We looked at it as like it paying for the moving of the impound lot.
Yeah.
Depending on the number of vehicles auctioned, depending on, we try to
understand.
hit the revenue number that we told council that was going to come in order to pay to run your impound lot. Like that's the goal, is to be a balance. If money comes in over that amount, then yes, I can come back to council and
Okay,
say,
that's-
hey, council, instead of it going into general fund, can we do a budget, or it'll go into general fund, we'll do a budget adjustment for that specific 10,000. But I don't know that yet, right? We're not even in April yet. I don't even know if we're going to hit our mark for this year to be able to come for that line item. So we're budgeting.
I think it depends, like you say, about the auctions, because right now I looked at the financials, and we don't have any extra money yet, but I was thinking, as I've looked at it in years past, we seem to always have more money left over at the end of the year, but that was just my observation.
Right, so you can,
Yeah.
and sometimes we do. There have been times where it has been flush. And so I
Okay,
just want to
and
make
then
sure.
on the gym equipment, I mean, we could maybe, I mean, I'd like to say, you know, maybe buy 2 pieces this year and 2 pieces, you know what I'm saying? We could maybe look at something like that, just for council consideration. And I don't know which ones they want, but that's just another way of maybe saving some money.
Y'all's
so.
y'all's
Okay.
discretion on that
Just-
stuff.
just my observation. Thank you. Okay, Public Works, I'm sorry.
Just finishing off with the
Oh,
fire,
the fire department, that's right.
We have two things going on in the fire department. We do have the kitchen island. I'm still waiting on some numbers for that. The island was built by Public Works, like to save money in the original model. There was some water damage to the island, and so it warped the island a little bit. They have repaired it, but I guess the drawers are sticking, and coming, like they just roll out on their own. It's not a number one priority for them. As y'all know, I meet with every individual Leon Valley employee once a year, and I ask them three main questions. One deals with safety. Are they happy here? Is the organizational culture going well? And then anything they feel that we can improve on to make their work environment more palatable or habitable. And for the fire department, it always leads to the firehouse because they live there. They're there for 48 hours. And the two things that rose out of those conversations with the fire guys were the kitchen island. It's just more of like a nitpicky thing for them. So it wasn't on the top of their list, but it did come up repetitively. And the other big one they are begging for is a remodel in the showers. When we built the showers, I guess they used, to save money, they used like an epoxy floor. Well, that epoxy is lifting up, and so mold is getting under there. And so it just doesn't look nice, and there's mold in there. It's really hard to clean. So they're asking for a remodel. I just don't have those prices yet. They're getting quotes right now, and so those will be added. But it is a conversation for y'all to have this evening if it's something that y'all would like to investigate further. Moving on to Public Works, we're looking at ATV two-seater, the brush truck removal. As you know, we've been picking up the extra brush from residents that have left over. It's becoming quite extensive, and so we're going to continue that. We need the equipment to be able to do that. We need a concrete grinder, a new equipment trailer, and then again, one of the items that came up as I was meeting with the individual employees, our guys in Public Works are getting up there in age, and so they feel less comfortable climbing up and down ladders, and so they would like a one-man lift, one-man scissor lift that you can go up and down. They just feel like that would be safer. We do rent the big scissor lifts for the lights, and so if you ask Melinda and some of the foremen, it's not their number one priority to purchase. They still feel like ladders are still a viable solution to get the work done. Again, I want to make sure I'm very clear, this came from the workers that are doing the job. I would say about half of the Public Works staff requested a one-man lift versus using ladders for small projects. Planning and zoning. The comprehensive master plan is back. I ask for it, every year, $250,000.
Excuse me,
Yes.
do we follow the comprehensive master plan? We didn't on Seneca West, did we?
No.
Yeah.
But I do think it's, plans in
Plans are just a plan, I understand
Plan are
that.
just plans.
They can
You
change.
should follow your plan. The last time we updated the comprehensive master plan was 2017. And Melinda, in the comprehensive, yes, the comprehensive master plan did say that small R6 homes were palatable for that area, correct?
We do follow the master plan very closely, and the reason that we do is because it's state law. And so our own code says you cannot change the zoning or the zoning code unless it fits in with the comprehensive master plan. So we do follow it on every single case. Now, whether the
I guess-
council votes to do that or not is the council's decision.
I understand.
But we follow it on every case.
But R6 is R6. It's not R6 with variances. That's my problem. Yeah,
The question was, do we follow the master plan?
Yeah.
The answer is yes.
okay. But for R6,
I mean, so variance.
Dan,
I
it's
mean,
just, it's.
I mean,
yeah.
I know you're trying to make a point. For me, most cities have an updated master plan. We haven't updated our master plan since 2017. The zoning commission has expressively requested us update our master plan. I'm bringing that back to y'all like I have for the last 3 years because it has come from this planning and zoning commission to update the master plan. And so whether or not y'all want to fund the project or not, it's just my job as a city manager to bring that to you because you should be updating it at least every 5 to 7 years.
And in 2017, we did it in-house, And this 250,000 would be to hire a consultant, correct?
You've
Okay.
never hired a consultant to do your comprehensive master plan, and I do think that, I mean, it's done as well as it can be done, but I mean, if you look at other cities' master plans, and I provided that all to y'all last year, and I provided to y'all in retreats, I mean, you're talking apples and oranges, and I think it's time. We're becoming a larger city. I think it's imperative for us to have a updated master plan that's interactive, that you can click on the maps, that you can have information on, that's user friendly, not a PDF document that you're flipping through. It should be electronic, searchable document, and I think that can be done with the consultant. Now,
Okay.
you know, again, it's just another capital item
I know.
to discuss. Parks. We do have Hike and Bike 2. We know we're not going to get that finished by the end of the year, so we're going to go ahead and program that in for next year. We do need a new lawnmower. Here is the merry-go-round. For most of y'all that know, it comes up every year, and so Melinda has put it back in, that the merry-go-round, because it is on its last leg. There is no more repairing it. Sal did the last repair on it, and that's it. So it's either going to come out or you're going to have to replace it.
And the kids love that merry-go-round, I'll tell you. Yes, Counselor Campos.
And is this just a regular merry-go-round?
Yeah, no, this is an ADA accessible merry-go-round, correct? Yeah.
So is there a possibility of replacing it without an ADA? Is that not possible for the city?
Not according to your ADA plan. That has been adopted.
Okay.
The-
Because
the state and the federal laws have changed over the years, and they have told cities, if you're going to have parks or you're going to have pools, you're going to have all this stuff, you have to make it accessible for all of your residents. They gave us 30 years on voluntary compliance. Now they're getting strict and saying, you've had 30 years, you should have been budgeting it all this time. Anytime you provide something for your citizens, make sure it's ADA accessible.
But if I remember correctly in this conversation, the closest ADA merry-go-round, is it at Morgan's Wonderland? Or does the city of San Antonio have ADA?
I have no idea.
Because I didn't think there was
Only-
one close by.
I haven't.
It's the
I
only
haven't-
one that we have.
I don't think I've ever seen an ADA
Right, I
merry-go-round.
haven't.
And it's beloved, our merry-go-round.
Our
Take it
merry-go-round
out,
is
and people are
beloved,
like,
yeah.
when are you putting it back? When are you putting it back? When are you putting it back?
Okay, thank you.
I can definitely take a look and see where the closest ADA accessible merry-go-round is. Our whole Raymond Rincus Park was purchased, or the playground equipment was purchased with CDBG funds to make it handicap accessible. So that whole section over there is ADA compliant. So that at Raymond Rincus Park. So it may not look ADA compliant, and just like that merry-go-round, if you actually saw pictures, you wouldn't know that it's ADA compliant until you saw the person on the wheelchair on the merry-go-round. And so some things don't look like ADA accessible, so there may be parks that have those things there or those amenities there that may not look ADA accessible. But I can do some research for you, and the next time we have the conversation, I can let y'all know. Veterans Park Monument, I am bringing this back. This was brought up by Councilman Orozco. We got some quotes to do the Veterans Park. It kind of has been sitting on our potential project listing that's at the end of every council packet that we've compiled. It's a council initiative item, so it's been on there. I either need to remove it from a potential project or we need to fund it. Like, it's either like one or the other. And so I put it in here so we can have the conversation about it and whether or not that's something that y'all want to fund or not. Lastly is the dog park, whether or not y'all want to fund that in next year's budget. Melinda is getting designs that should come to you hopefully at the next council meeting for the community pool area. And so y'all can determine whether or not y'all want to put a dog park there or not.
And we have a $20,000 credit.
You do have a $20,000 credit that was given to you by Samir as part of the Seneca West project. Yes, ma'am. So in meeting with Councilman Campos and the mayor, and we met with the auditors, there was some conversation about assigned funds and what that looks like in the audit. And so we did kind of break down what that looks like. And so your general fund capital items that you currently just saw are $3 million. And so you have your assigned capital reserve, which is 1.7, which is the hike and bike trail grant. So your total unassigned fund, if after you purchased all these items, would leave you about $5.8 million in your general fund. Taking a look at your enterprise fund, this is pretty normal. We normally budget for water main replacements, water rights, sewer main replacements. We need a new wood chipper, and then we are in desperate need of a backhoe. And so that would be about $150,000. It is done. The mechanics, like, on it,
backhoe?
they're just, yeah, the backhoe. It's just, the guys came in and are like, it cannot be fixed
150,000.
anymore, and we use it regularly. Community center, the restrooms are back again. We asked for them last year. And then just some interior upgrades to the conference center, just some flooring and painting, about $75,000.
Can you go back? Is that sound and visual? Does that have anything to do with the PEG funds?
Yes, so depending on what my reserve looks like for the PEG funds after we do the project in here, I've been getting quotes, so the quotes are making me feel just a little bit better. So once I get that, I'll be able to bring that back to y'all. Depending on what that leaves the reserve at, I would like to make some upgrades to the conference center AV equipment. And so I just don't know what that's going to look like right now, but I have it pegged there so you know that we're considering it.
I appreciate it.
Forfeiture fund, you have the command vehicle and a detective vehicle. And then this is just taking a look at what's scheduled for the future. And so in your general fund, information technology, we have some switches put in there. Your data servers put back in there if we decide to buy the data server next fiscal year. Your general fund for the police department, you'll mostly gym equipment, some mobile digital terminals, and then at some point, we left it blank, but whether or not you're going to consider the property room at any point. And so you can kind of see what that looks like for the next 10 years as far as major equipment purchases go for the general fund in the police department. General fund for your impound lot, it's really not much. We think that the impound lot for the next 10 years should be sustainable. Your 10-year plan for the fire department, this is where you start seeing the dollar signs again. You've got some stuff geared up for next year. You've got the gear extractor, rescue airbags, possibly a support truck, thermal imaging cameras. Your thermal imaging cameras were actually scheduled for this year, but the chief says they're still good, that, we'll just keep kind of moving it depending on how well they're doing. And then we'll go out for a grant for brush trucks, and so I'm hoping that we'll land it at some point, and so we do have it scheduled for next year if that's something the council wants to consider at any point. I do think that you could have, some grass fires, but you are becoming more built out. Originally, I would include the Seneca West area, the natural area, Sawyer Road back there, any of your large properties where the brush truck can come in handy and navigate through a little bit easier. Those are being built out, so you're not going to have as many grassy areas. So it's kind of one of those catch-22s, but I know it's something that it's a wish list for the fire department. There comes your ambulance in 27, 28. That would be your other 2014 replacement. The fire chief truck, depending on how that's going, will come up. And then you'll have your next ambulance geared up for the following year. And so back about 10 years ago, we hadn't purchased an ambulance or a fire truck. And so what we did was we purchased a lot right back to back. And so those replacement dates come back to back. And so what we try to do is, if it can hold on, you'll see it on your 10-year plan. But if it can be fixed, we'll try our best to try to spread those purchases out so we're not doing this. So the fire chief and the assistant fire chief do a really good job on trying to maintain the equipment that you have. Public Works, I will say, is the best at it. But fire department really keeps on top of like the oil and the batteries and trying to make sure that they really care for their equipment so it can last you longer than what we project. Then you've got, SCABA gear, you've got some terrain vehicles coming up, but your big ones are going to be your ambulances. And again, my concern for you on the ambulance is not knowing when these will actually go out. So to continue to push them out, and the order time frame. It's not like I can go rent an ambulance. And so that's my concern, or conundrum me and the chief have been talking about on how to best plan for that. My recommendation to you all would be to start assigning $100,000 of your general fund money every year to unassigned or assigned fire department fund for a future ambulance purchase. So that way, when it comes time to purchase your ambulance, you're not taking a $500,000 hit that year. Because we've done that in the past where we've taken from your general fund reserve because it's just done. Like your ambulance can't turn on. It just, and fortunately for us at that time, we could just go buy it and it was delivered and not a problem. We're not dealing with that right now. We're dealing with a lot of delayed times. And so it is a serious conversation that the council's going to have to consider on how you want to handle those purchases. A fire truck is also going to come out. In 2034, you'll see $1 million purchase there for an engine, and probably in 2034, it's going to be way more than 900,000 is my guesstimate.
Yeah.
But I again want to approach y'all and let y'all know, like, you're with $5 million sitting in reserve. When we talk about, well, Crystal, why are you building up your reserve? We should be spending that money. The taxpayer should be spending that money. That's what I have in my mind that's coming in the future, is that $1 million purchase. And you should never, ever, ever, ever purchase a fire truck on a bond that we're still paying on that we no longer have, which we did. And so you still have that debt and we no longer have that fire truck. And so I don't want the council to make that mistake again and go into debt for equipment that's not going to last longer than the debt. And so again, I would just remind you that's something that y'all should be considering and setting aside funds for.
Yes, Counselor Campos.
That's my lecture for the evening.
Well, I mean, that's the direction at the time.
Yeah,
is
no,
what the-
absolutely, that was the
so
direction,
we're
because you didn't
following
have,
the-
well, because you didn't have it in, I get why the city
Yeah,
manager, I'm never gonna
Yeah,
minimize the
so.
city manager's recommendation. Y'all didn't have it in reserve, it didn't leave you an option and you needed a fire truck. I mean,
Exactly.
so,
But I mean, point well taken.
Yeah.
Yes, Counselor Campos.
So one of the things that we were talking about is okay, we have this general fund balance and it's of X dollars. But if we don't start thinking, okay, we've already committed this for this future expense, then we believe that all of that money is available for everything. And that's not the case. And that's why we're trying to start breaking it down a little bit more than as what Crystal talked about earlier in the presentation. That was why we were asking for a different format in saying, okay, we can start allocating $100,000 per year from this general fund balance, and we know that, hey, look, we've already earmarked that. We've committed it. It may not be through a complete resolution, but at least we have some idea of what we have to spend going forward. So that was the idea behind.
Okay, thank you.
sorry, so I know I'm running out of my time, but, so general fund and public works, again, you can see some larger ticketed items you'll have, coming up for 2026. Public works and the fire department have the biggest and most expensive toys. And so that's where you'll spend the most dollars at. And so again, it's a way for you to kind of see what's coming in the future over the next 10 years. Now, Public Works, Melinda's great at it. When we get to that year, if it can hold on one more year, we will push it out another year. But the guys have been known, I mean, at one point they had a chair taped in a truck with the council taped in a truck with the tire that they were sitting on. Like, not safe at all. They were using it so it wouldn't come up. I mean, Melinda, there are lots of safety concerns in regards to trying to keep equipment going, and we can't do that. Again, comprehensive master plan. The parks, the hike and bike trail. You'll see the next big one is the equipment in the playground or Raymond Rickers Park equipment that was purchased in 2013 will probably need to be replaced. Some sprinkler systems coming up in 2031. So again, just kind of keeping in mind, I'm a little bit more fluid with the parks because to me, those aren't like, if you take out the park equipment, yes, you'll have residents upset, but you're not looking at life safety concerns. When I look at equipment or purchases, those to me, you'll see me harp on a little bit more, because those to me are more of a need than park equipment that you can remove and then wait to replace if you need to. So this kind of just goes over what we're looking at in general fund totals. In enterprise fund, again, it's just water and sewer main replacements. This will all be determined on whether or not what we decide to do with the infrastructure on the water side and the projects we decide to take on. Again, you'll kind of see the same stuff earmarked going out. Red light camera fund, of course, as you know, that's will be coming to an end in 2037. So you'll see a lot of vehicle purchases there. Community center fund, not many big purchases. Once you've kind of renovated the conference center, you'll probably be good there for quite some time. Forfeiture fund, just more vehicles. We'll need some new in-car camera equipment. And that concludes my proposed capital plan. There are two things that aren't in here that in the capital plan are the silos, and so it's come up at least by a couple of residents. The gentleman that owns the property next to it would like us to do something with those silos. He's approached us verbally on possibly purchasing that land. I thought when we did the silo park, I thought that piece of property was included in that designation. It is not. And so so I learned something new. So I don't know if the council would entertain the sale of the silo property or not. I don't know. Or would you like us to budget for some sort of art design on the silos? I know that at the time the council, when we kept them, wanted us for historical purposes, wanted us to keep them. But if you want to sell them, you can sell them or sell that piece of property and they can knock them down. I know history here is very important to people, and so I just need to know if you want me to budget for not decorating them, but painting them or doing something with them.
I think you and I talked about, can we use economic development funds for a contest of some sort? Or,
not a contest. You can use the money to
do the contest and nobody did.
I know we tried that. Yeah, I know we did, but
but if you want
somebody's bound
if you want to use those funds to pay for an art project or exhibit onto them, you can use those funds to do that.
Okay, all right. What idea do you have, Councilor?
If we spend money to repaint them or to put decorations on or whatever, the expense doesn't stop there, because there's nothing around there to make it attractive for us to sit around to watch it. There's no park.
The park's right behind it, right, Melinda?
It is, but yeah. Right where the silos are at, it's nothing but nothing.
Yeah.
And what the monies that we're going to spend on that, we're going to spend money on making that area feasible for people to go there. Make it a park or make it so.
You could definitely designate, it's 0.5 of an acre. You could designate that as part of the silo park. We would do that by ordinance. But the main attraction of those silos is it's the iconic thing you see when you're coming down Huebner Road. That's one of the first things you see.
It's kind of a
and
landmark.
So if you did a mural on them, everybody would know immediately that's Leon Valley. And then one of the ideas that one of the park commissioners in the past had was to put a wildflower garden below it and make it a part of the silo park. So, but it's the iconic first thing you see that's really the...
Yeah, if we make it feasible for people to get there to watch it and stuff like that, I'm okay with that.
Deter graffiti. Murals are known to deter
graffiti. It was a nice.
Yeah. So I just need to know whether or not that's something you want to consider for next year, or you already think that we've got too much in capital or not. I know.
Give us some numbers, and to go with it, and we'll go from there.
Okay. And we have the Economic Development Fund that's got $900,000 in the reserve, so we could take some money out of that.
So I just want to remind you that $900,000, yes, is designated economic development funds, but it's also general fund money.
Yeah, but it's coming out of someplace, so, okay. Anybody else? Yes, Mr. Campos.
So in the last, it was during spring break, there was a story where schools came in and put up a mural, and it was the students that came to volunteer to actually paint for that. I'm wondering if something like that would be attract, like John Marshall, if we provide.
We've tried 3 times that avenue. It has not worked.
With John Marshall?
Yeah.
They said
So
no.
we went out to John Marshall. We put out a award. We've done John Marshall completely asked their art. We've gone to SAC and like the community college and asked them if they would like to do a showcase piece. They said no. We asked. We did a program, a scholarship program. You submit your design. The designs were submitted to council. The winner was going to be able to win, I don't know, it was $1,000 or something. The council didn't like any of the designs, so that didn't pan out. And so we've done different variations, and that's why the silo property has been on that list of projects that have been on that ongoing list. If the council would like me to revisit any of the things we've done in the past, we can certainly revisit them. I'm not opposed to that. We've done it and it hasn't worked.
And so when we've proposed to the schools, even local artists, have we committed to pay for their supplies or commissioning or whatever
We ought to
that?
try again, things change.
All of it. Yeah. Well, the big thing with the kids is it's harder because they're minors and the silos are really high.
Yeah.
And so
No,
I can't have them on scaffolding. So they can only do
adults.
what they can touch. And so you have to have commissioned people to be able to do, if you go to the old furniture store that is now right outside Leon Valley next to the old Outback Steakhouse that is now Chick-fil-A, they just did a huge mural on the side of that building. Beautiful mural on the side of that building. If you're going to do anything, my suggestion to y'all would be to let me know what you want on the mural, whether it's Blue Bonnets or a Leon Valley piece of some sort. We've provided you options, and Melinda's going to bring back a presentation for y'all to kind of see. I just didn't know if it was something y'all would like to continue to investigate, or you just want to leave them as is and we can move on. That's really my question.
Okay. Mr. Bradshaw, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was going to say, I've got a really big ladder, and you're retired, right? You're retired. That's good. No, seriously, though, I think I can reach out to some churches. My church is right next to that silo park, basically, but also the St. John's and some other Leon Valley congregations, I think, and see if there's maybe some people that could volunteer to do that. And maybe we've offered before that, like maybe the city cover the supplies, the paint, and then we can have a plan to do that. I don't know if there's, again, insurance reasons, maybe not going to happen. But
And it
it's
just
worth
depends
it.
what you're looking for. If you're looking to go 10 feet high on the silos, which I don't think that the council wants to do, I think you want it as a showcase piece.
You want to do the whole thing.
Right. Go out there. The silos aren't 10 feet high. I mean,
They're huge.
They're huge. And so you do need professional contractors to go out there and add the scaffolding, add the lifts for them to be able to paint on those silos. I don't think volunteers are going to be able to get that high. I can buy the paint.
You
and
can
the stuff.
underestimate the kids in our church.
Well, I mean, if they did the work, but we paid for the scaffolding, is that something we could do?
No, I'm not going to put volunteers
No, I
on
don't
the
think you
scaffolding.
want to do anything that's going to be liability on the city.
No, I
think is the
cannot.
problem.
No, absolutely not.
But yeah, let me talk to some
Thought
people.
I'd ask.
Or
Yeah.
ask
No.
around.
No.
Oh, forget that.
I
then.
mean, the amount of, just safety concerns. You need harnesses. They need to be able to have safety training to clip on and off the scaffolding.
So it has to be a professional.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Unless you're going to keep it within a ladder reason art project, then yes. Our idea for the children was for them to design it. Then we would pay for a professional to paint it, is the idea. So they would come up with the showcase piece, what they think should be on the silos, and then we would pay for somebody to put it on the silos for them, was the concept. And we just didn't get people submit for that.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, so the direction on this one is from the council on the silos, what would y'all like the staff to do? Just,
Is that what y'all want? Yeah.
well, I mean,
Yeah, I think give us
we just
some
didn't
ideas.
kind of we hadn't gone full circle. Yeah, that's all we needed to do.
Thank you.
Okay, there you go. Okay, and then the other one is the AMI.
The AMI stuff. So what would y'all like to do with the AMI? Do you want me to budget the $38,000 in the enterprise fund to finish that up? Do you just want to put that on pause completely until we work out the water rates with the project tiers? What would y'all like to do?
So
I agree with Mr. Bradshaw. I think we need to, I'm concerned about the cost.
yeah, I think
really
it's,
am.
you would never
But I
sign
know
a
it's,
contract to buy a car and then I'll let you know the price later, right? So that's my concern, first of all. And even I know that's 30,000 invested to figure out what the cost is going to be. It'd be like, give me a down payment and then I'll tell you what the rest will be, right? So that's my concern, number one. And then number two, I'd like to see, how many of the newer meters we've already installed that are capable of, the solid state meters that are capable of being converted to AMI, and then is there a way we could do that without having a full review of everything?
yeah. I'm sorry, what'd you say? Mr. Orozco, you want to speak into your microphone? What'd you say?
I'm sorry, I was doing a sidebar with him.
Oh, sidebar. Okay, excuse
Well, I
me.
was just saying to put a pause on it, right? So
Well, I mean, we know AMI meters are, the cat's meow. I mean, we want those.
Right.
But I just don't know, I just want to know what the cost is. I just did never get a real clear, and then like you said, on top of we're already, that's why I asked that question. How's it interfacing with what we're already doing? 2% here, and anyway, so that's, if I knew that it was going to cost X number of dollars and the citizens' bill is going to be raised by this amount, that's what I'm looking for, so that we can you get
Last
that?
estimate that we had for him was 1.2 million.
1.2 million for the AMI meters?
Yes, ma'am. That was going to an actual AMI company and getting a cost.
Okay. So what do y'all think? I don't know. And then how does that equate into each citizen's bill? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Campos.
I'd like to wait on it. I'd like to see how we go through the rate increase first. Let's study our revenue. I think to put this all at the citizens at one time, I think it's going to confuse everybody. Oh, this rate increase is because of X, when it's, no, we need to take care of our infrastructure. Then once we maybe put this in play for maybe a year, maybe a little bit more, then we come and revisit that and see, okay. And then let's start discussing the cost versus the benefits. There are a lot of benefits, but, people will say, hey, it's great to have my app, but I didn't want my water bill to go up because of that app. So I think we ought to just wait for right now.
Okay, is that the general consensus of the council? Mr. Orozco, Mr. Bradshaw, and
No,
Ms.
I agree.
Hall? Okay, very good, thank you. All right, well,
Okay.
very good. Well, then we move then to item number 3.6, presentation, discussion, and direction on the 2025 4th of July celebration. We have Crystal Miranda, our Community Relations Director, here to present. Good evening. It'll be here before we know it.
It will. Good
Right.
evening, Mayor, Council.
Good evening.
So here
Oh, I
to
keep looking up
discuss.
there, and there's no, excuse me, I keep looking at the,
Oh,
there's nothing there. Okay,
It's
excuse me.
8:42, Mayor.
8:42, I got it. Okay.
here to discuss some options for the 4th of July celebration in Leon Valley. So you're being asked to consider, get some clarity on the fireworks, entertainment, and anything else you may want to recommend for the 4th of July celebration. During the previous City Council retreat workshop, the City Council directed City Manager to eliminate the 4th of July parade and focus on an evening event. City Council also has directed staff to hire Finding Friday as the main entertainment. So those things we're going to proceed with. My questions for you tonight are the fireworks, high aerial, low aerial mix, no laser show, I think was a consensus from the recap of last year's, and then anything else you may want to recommend. The schedule for this year is going to look like this. So you have the 5K in the morning, hoping to get that sooner than later. The food trucks set up between 6 and 9, or start to sell between 6 and 9. Finding Friday will perform at 7:30 and go till 10. Firework display, I'm proposing to go up to 9:30. And then the finale will be from 9:45 to 10 p.m., the event ending at 10 p.m. this year.
Okay.
Last year's fiscal, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, would you go back? Because I guess that's what I was, so the fireworks is only going from 9:30 to 9:45.
Correct.
And then Finding Friday comes back
Correct.
9:45 to
Kind of like
10.
like we have done last year.
People start
Have
to
like a
disperse.
second wave. Some people
Okay,
leave right after
gotcha.
the fireworks, and then some people stay for a few more songs and then disperse.
Okay.
Just so the disbursement is easier
It's
for the
not all at
traffic.
once.
Mhm.
I gotcha. Okay, and did I read someplace that you wanted to have a band before Finding Friday?
So yes, if you would like a band before Finding Friday, if you would like to advise me to do so, I'm going to look at the budget and see if we can afford it. The Small
yeah.
Business Fund Zone last year supplied that, Mario Flores and the Soda Creek Band. So if we could raise enough funds to do so again, have it a wash, we would do so, or we can just already plan for it.
Yeah, I was just thinking there's, everybody, I keep hearing from people that they love the jazz festival. I'm wondering if we could do a jazz band plus, so to accommodate the various music aficionados, in the city, because they keep asking me, when are we going to have the jazz festival? And I said, well, we're
On
not.
our 75th year
There we go.
celebration.
Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, so that's just this. Well, I don't know what the council thinks, but I was just, if we can afford it, and if not, I guess we can just have a DJ.
That's another option.
Yeah, that's another option, but I'm not sure.
Last year's fiscal impact I provided here for you just so you could look at. And then the concern we have this year is that there are some cost increases for services, entertainment, and products. But this is your budget for this year. We've allocated $100,000, $30,000 for economic development, and then over time we've allocated $39,600. Hopefully we could stay within that. Here are my estimates. Pretty close. They may change depending on what the final numbers come out to, because right now we have a proposed layout for fireworks display. What I'm waiting for is from the fire department to give me their final fencing parameters. So my fencing is a guess for the cost. Production, staging, video wall, $25,000. Message board, $6,500. Electrical, $9,500. If the booths are requiring any type of generators, I'm guesstimating $1,500 from our electrician. And then I usually spend about $5,000, giving myself $6,000. Entertainment breakdown, Finding Fridays, $5,700. Fireworks is $20,000. Opening band, I'm looking at spending no more than $3,000 if we did have one. Outdoor games, Small Business Fund Zone, entertainment. Miscellaneous would just be miscellaneous options, whether it be swag or whether it be just portacles, things like that, just other options or other things that we need. Extra security, I don't, that's a chief question. I don't know if I'm being generous or if I'm not considering enough for extra security.
What did we spend last year for the extra security?
It was very nice and he gave me money, so.
Yeah. Chief, what did we spend last year? Do you remember didn't we bring in a bunch of extra
We
policemen
did.
officers?
We brought in so what you have to think about is maybe what, $70, $60?
I don't remember,
Okay.
but it was substantial. I think it was a little easier to cover because people were hungry and they were wanting to work.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if that's still happening.
Okay.
I'm going to have to check into
Okay.
what the cost for this year will be.
Okay, but, excuse me, if you'll go back to the other, is Crystal's extra security 14.5 within the ballpark? Or are we looking at more?
I
Or
think
you
we're
don't?
in the ballpark.
Okay, good. All right, that's great to know. Now, on the fireworks, 20,000, will the cost go down if we choose like low aerial or no laser, or I didn't know.
So this is not laser option.
Yeah.
This is a high and low aerial
Oh, it's a high
mixture.
and low. Okay.
So kind of similar to last year.
Okay.
What we're battling this year is the possibility of the tariff fees increasing
Oh, yeah,
for him
from
to
China.
get all the fireworks
Yeah.
in at a reasonable amount. So he's already told me that. And
Okay.
so that is the budget, just because the cost of getting them here is going to be more on him.
Okay. All right, and then the high aerial,
I think
is
people
that
liked it
better?
last year.
Yeah, is that better for like fallout? Because it'll hopefully dissipate before it gets to the ground, and we don't have a chance of a fire.
I'm going to defer to the fire guy.
That's all.
Because
That's,
we've had a
that's
lot
my
of discussion
concern.
about that. We just met
Yeah.
with the firework
Okay.
pyrotechnic, and I met with the chief, an assistant chief, and the fire marshal. We feel very comfortable that the fallout zone, the location that we picked, is going to be safe.
Oh, good. Okay.
What you have a problem with when you do low aerial is, yes, it reaches your crowd. The amount, 100 feet for the fallout is very close, right? And so you have more potential to get burned with low aerial.
Okay.
So we're looking
Thank
at
you,
moving.
Mr. Willis. What would you
moving
say?
the fireworks display back and to the right of from where it was last year. So now the fallout will not fall over the stage is what we're anticipating. It'll hit more of the parking lot and towards the, where people aren't at in the parking lots area. So we'll keep it away from the stage area because we did have some people, the fallout, started some trees on fire. Some did
Yeah.
get little burns. So we're getting it moved over so we won't have that effect this year.
Okay. Okay. That sounds good.
So the higher will be better.
Yes. Mr. Campos.
So with I think what we're saying with we're eliminating the parade, right? And it looks like we may be starting later.
Correct.
Potentially, so-
Potentially, just to save on staff overtime, and that is minimizing the amount of hours out there, right? So you eliminate the parade, then you could start later because then it gets dark later for the fireworks to go off. So what you're having is just an evening event.
But it isn't going to eliminate your extra security fees, but it will reduce your staff overtime. So we have, I mean, every staff person has to be here. So you have your library, I mean, y'all been there. We have our library workers to our court staff. Everybody's doing something. And so we do pay overtime for the people that are the hourly employees, no matter what department you're in, do get paid double time for working that day. The exempt staff, you get us for free. And so we're out there. But your extra security isn't going to be reduced. What is happening is y'all are spreading out. And so what people are doing is parking along Bandera Road, putting out more chairs and tables at your local businesses and parking lots. And so we're starting to see fallout from that happening. And so we're getting calls, and your patrol are having to leave the command zone out to answer to those calls. And then you're also spreading out to Veterans Park area, and that isn't being patrolled. So we all now have to patrol that area as well. So when you have an event of this magnitude and you're bringing that many people to such a small city, you're going to have some fallout in regards to that. So we haven't had anything major happen, but I'm a very big believer of it's not a matter of if it'll happen, it's a matter of when it'll happen, and I need to make sure we have enough resources available to respond to those calls. The fire guys will tell you, the night of 4th of July, we had command staff there, but then we had 3 ambulance calls at that same time. So every firefighter we have is on, and then we contract out with Arcadian to help run some supplemental calls. We have the same thing with our police. Your extra security is really the staff that's there on the grounds because they can't run patrol calls. So people are drinking, it's 4th of July, you do have an increase of domestic violence calls that evening, you have some fights that break out, you have some road rage issues because Bandera Road is traffic compacted, and so we just need to make sure that we have enough security available.
Can we just say no parking in the Veterans Park area to get rid of that headache?
They're walking there and being there. It has nothing to do with the parking.
Oh, people don't drive over there and
people
park?
do drive and park. That's your major parking for your event. But people are stationed there. Like, they don't want to deal with
They sit there
They
to
sit
watch the
there
fireworks.
to watch the
Well, I was
fireworks.
just,
But yeah, if I remove that parking, you're going to get tons of complaints about people not being able to, handicapped not being able to park there.
Right.
Okay, yes, Mr. Bradshaw.
Good question. The
It was a
fencing,
headache.
restrooms fencing, that's not for the whole perimeter.
No,
right?
that's for, you have to fence off your firework location.
Right. That's what it was
That's-
last year,
yes,
right?
that's-
Some people climbed over or something like that.
Yeah, yeah,
What
we
portion
do-
of the 14,000 is that fencing?
How much was the fencing last year, Crystal?
The fencing was like 9,000 last year.
Significant.
Yeah. Okay, so, and on the, let's see, what was it, the advertisement and signage? So are we,
So that's like iHeartRadio, that's anything and everywhere I put it out.
yeah, okay. All right. So there was something, okay, that's what I had. Yes, go
Is
ahead,
it
Mr.
necessary to advertise it?
Y'all wanted increased participation was the goal for Miss Miranda. And so we have to advertise in order to do that. If you no longer want us to advertise at all, now it's word of mouth, we can definitely just stop doing that. But I don't want her fail or success dependent on how many attendees are there.
Well, I
What
don't-
I'm more concerned about is the cost and the risk, right? And so the bigger it gets.
The biggest cost out of that advertisement is your postcards.
Yeah.
But that's just to the citizens.
$3,000 goes to postcards.
Is that just to the citizens?
Leon
right?
Valley,
Yeah.
But if we just put in the Lions Roar,
Yeah,
uh,
I'm with you. We're already paying for that.
and the same thing, I don't know what the stage and lighting should cost, but it seems like $25,000 is a lot of money.
It's a
But
big
I don't want to be
stage,
unsafe,
Sure.
not have an appropriate stage, but
I can take away the video wall. We can do a smaller stage, but then again, you like the look and feel of that stage. It's up to you guys.
So we've done the smaller event, and the council spent the next after action meeting on how horrible that event was.
Really?
And so, I mean, because y'all wanted to limit the amount. I mean, I think y'all gave us like $20,000 for the event, and we had to use the majority of that for staff overtime, and then we got slammed at the council meeting. That, that band wasn't great, that we couldn't hear the DJ, the sound was awful, the fireworks didn't go, and so,
Pretty major.
and so, I mean, yeah, and so, yeah, and we were, right after COVID, y'all wanted to do a small picnic July 4th, go back to the old July 4th and not spend the money, and then we just got slammed at the council meeting, and so, if that's what y'all want to do, believe me, we can certainly do that for you. I just don't want the success tied to what y'all are used to seeing. If we downgrade that event to say that my staff didn't live up to that expectation.
well, for me, it's, okay, this is at the cost of our citizens, okay? But if the majority is coming from outside of Leon Valley, then our citizens are subsidizing this, and it's, I don't see the benefit. There are some, I do see neighbors out there, I see Mr. Bradshaw out there, I see Mr. Roscoe, I see them out there, and there's some of us that do enjoy it, but there's others that they don't take part in it.
I wish I had the heat map, but I presented it at the recap last year. A majority, like I would say 75% are Leon Valley.
Okay.
Yeah, that kind of. Now, I will tell you, every budget year, as we're running low on funds, this is the one item I recommend cutting every year. It's one of those, I know, the council gets mad, because I look at it as a want, not a need situation when we're looking at trying to find funding for whatever it is that we're trying to find funding for. Y'all always seem to find funding for the 4th of July, and so, it's a great community event. I'm a big believer in quality of life. But when it comes time to budgeting and depending on our wants and needs, this is normally one of the items I always recommend cutting. And then I always give the caveat, this is in a flood area. If we have high winds, we can't shoot off the fireworks. You lose all of your deposits. So it's just something that y'all have to be aware of and we go into every year. But I like to give that disclaimer every year when we go over this presentation for y'all. But if you would like us to downgrade, if you don't want us, y'all budgeted $139,000. If there's anything you want us to take out, please let us know. We will be more than happy to take it out. We just don't want it to be compared.
Okay, Mr. Bradshaw, go ahead.
I think for this year, since we're not doing the parade, usually we send the flyer out and it has a parade route on it and stuff as well, that maybe we
Cut the
don't do the
advertisement.
postcard for it. Yeah, so at least
But we'll-
reduce that.
we'll do
but
the
we-
Lions Roar.
We do with the Lions Roar, the social media.
Yeah.
Crystal does a great job with that. And then maybe the should do this
Yep.
sign over the road
Right.
and stuff like
The
that. So
banner.
people
Banner.
should be aware of it. And I would bet that people we'll still line the streets for the parade?
Absolutely.
I
I
do.
think at this point, I think everybody knows it always gets tagged on the news, like KSAT 12 and Ken's. We don't give it to them, but they
Yeah, they pick
tag
it
it anyway. And so we do
Yeah.
get a very good turnout, I think. But the majority, like Crystal said, the advertisement is postcards. And so we've asked every year not to do the postcards, but that's
Yeah, I
something
think we
that
should
people
cut
got.
that.
Oh, I think we can forego the postcards. So what do y'all think? I mean, that's a minor 3,000, so, but anyway. Okay, what else? Anything else?
Uh,
Mr.
Mr., how many
Orozco?
vendors did we
Oh.
have last time?
Yeah.
Oh, man, I should have wrote that down. But the vendors, the layout that you had is your max capacity for out there. So I would say, was it like 30-ish? Yeah.
Okay, so do you think that the vendors that we are getting money from are asking us to do everything we can to get people there so they can sell their product? If we downgrade, I mean, and I understand it, I see what you guys are going with that, but we also have an obligation to our vendors that are paying us to sell their product there, and we're downgrading, we're trying to get less people, and yet we're not accommodating the people that are paying us to be able to be there.
And less hours.
And listen with you, it's just, you know,
And less hours,
Less
right?
hours now.
Mhm.
but that's just my thoughts.
The other thing to consider where you're spending a chunk of monies for extra security is the 5K run y'all support the Historical Society for. They have to get, we have got to shut down the roads, we've got to have public works out there, we got to have barricades, and then I've got to staff it with PD, and a couple of fire people have to be available to respond. So, but that's also a component of that day as well.
That's split
That's a
out.
good point, because the barricades and cones, we're not going to use anymore because we're not going to have a parade. So that's all 5K. It's all Leon Valley Historical Society, except for the streets that we're going to close, which is Potts Road, right? Just for the actual event around Raymond Rimkus.
So,
Okay, and what about sponsors? Additional monies?
I always ask for all the sponsors. We asked Bud Light, we asked Miller Lite, we asked Thomas J. Henry, we asked Wainwright. I asked everyone you can think of, and I even asked Roca to send out a small business to all the businesses. So we usually only get a reoccurring, which Leon Valley Storage is your main sponsor every year for the 4th of July. They give you $10,000.
no,
What
Miracle,
about,
And
Miracle
Sierra,
Body and Paint.
and Sierra, I've tried, and they do not.
We reach out, you mentioned a lot, like outside the whole city, right?
Yes, I do. Oh, everywhere.
Okay, I mean, I know you try your best, and so,
And we do get some sponsorships
Yeah.
that help offset some of the costs
right.
for the event.
okay. Yes, Counselor Campos.
What does the Historical Society come up with in terms of they need to tap their sources to say, hey, we need to pay the city of Leon Valley.
That,
They
some
have
of
an
this
MOU.
they have the MOUs. They pay for nothing. They only gain from the event. They don't expend for the event. But as part of the MOU we signed, we wrote in there that we would assist them with the 5K that y'all adopted.
Okay. Well, I don't know whether that should be readdressed because, again, it goes back to a comment earlier. That's another entity, and I don't know why we want to subsidize it.
And to your point, it would be more beneficial, at least my understanding, to just give them $6,000. It's more than they make off of the event, is my understanding, right? Like, I don't know what.
We couldn't give.
I know,
I mean,
I'm just saying theoretically, like, we are expending this taxpayer money, but they're not even making that much money on the event.
Maybe we could put that on for discussion at the retreat, you know, and look at it again. I mean, I think it was, it is not forever. It's like a 2-year or 3, whatever.
I forgot the last
Yeah.
MOU. I have to look at the.
You'll have
the
to
next,
look at it again.
The
I
next
can't
date,
remember.
but it was supposed to be. So it's a public-private partnership MOU. The Historical Society has things that they have to do on their side. Unfortunately, for as long as I've been here, they've not done what they're supposed to do on their side, as far as like filling out grant applications and doing some stuff like that. But I just brought it back, I think, last year, and that's just part of the MOU. It's something we've done for a really long time. I think it's kind of one of those things. But it is one of their largest generating events. And so you'd be cutting their funding by tapping into
They
that.
probably bring in about 300 people that, come to the city, run, go to the grocery store, whatever. I mean, economic development generator in a way, so.
I don't go there other than I just needed y'all to know we do expend police, barricades, public works, and with you cutting the parade, the only reason we would need that additional cost is for the 5K run. So
And if you could get us that number too.
Yeah,
on how much
absolutely.
it cost, that'd be good.
Well, maybe they can reroute their 5K so it's in the park.
Well, most 5Ks from the historical, from 501c3s, San Antonio, everywhere else, they pay for their own security, they pay for their own barricades, they do all of that. Even if they redirect completely in the park and just do inside the park, yeah, you wouldn't need police, you wouldn't have fire there, but if anything does go wrong, they would be solely responsible for whatever incidences occurred at that event, yes.
Okay,
I did provide that cost for the 5K last year, but I'll bring it back.
thank you, appreciate it. Okay, thank you, Crystal, for all your efforts, and Roque, I know you're working on that as well. Thank you. Number 7, 3.7, presentation regarding the 2025 swimming pool season schedule. This will be here before we know it, too. Okay.
Mayor and Council.
Mr. Demline, thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you. We wanted to provide a presentation of the swim season coming up here. As you know, our pool is City Forest Oaks Pool at 6620 Evers. San Antonio Pool Management provides for the lifeguards, the management of the pool. Public Works is in charge of maintenance. And so the fees we had worked with y'all last year on these, and they remain the same. So the only change we made was for the non-resident rate. And then we also provided a max amount per family for residents is 200. Non-resident max amount is 400. This is our schedule. So May 24th is when we open. That'll run through Labor Day. And so we're open every day except Wednesday. The pool is closed that day to recover. And the hours are 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. And then we have that additional month of September for weekends only from 10 to 8 as well. And so we're going to continue with our concessions with snacks. And we were, anticipating the swim team, but we received some news this week that they probably won't be able to. The coach is not going to be able to participate this year. So we have our feelers out currently. We'll continue with the swim lane being roped off for laps. 2 lifeguards will be on from 10 a.m. to 12, and then another 2 will come on for the remainder of the day. And then, of course, our pool is always available for party rentals with the community room and the hill. Our revenue we brought in last year was just under $50,000, and that includes the passes, gate fees, concessions, and our total expenses ran just under $127,000, and that's with the management contract, some repairs, concessions, and then our utility bills. So San Antonio Pool Management has a proposal this season for $106,142. We do anticipate that we might need to replace a pump and a motor in the amount of $2,000. And then these funds we budget in our Public Works General Fund. And so that concludes the presentation, Mayor and Council.
Okay.
I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And Mr. Campos has his hand up first. Go ahead, Mr. Campos.
David, thank you for the presentation. Revenue for 2024, did that go up from 2023? I couldn't
It always
find that.
remains pretty close. I think it did go up a little bit.
Okay. And what I was looking at on the fiscal impact, that the San Antonio Pool Management proposal is at 106, 142. But I was looking at last year's presentation, and I believe that they submitted a price of 68,000. It was less than 69,000. So what's different?
Actually, that number was closer to 80 or 85,000, but we did have an addendum. We added hours to the pool, so we increased the hours from originally it was from 12 to 8, and we increased. We opened the pool at 10 o'clock, so that added like 2 hours per day. It's really a function of the lifeguarding in terms of those costs. So we did have an addendum for that. And then also the month of September, we operated the pool. So there was an additional cost for that. So that's the difference. This year, those numbers are included.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Do we advertise that you can rent the pool area for parties, and do you have to be a member in order to rent that facility?
You do not, Mayor.
Okay.
And we can use the, we've used the newsletter in the past, but we'll continue to get the word out for that as well.
All right, try to do that. And then the swim team, you're saying it may or may not be a go?
It's a not a go.
It's definitely
Oh, it's definitely a not
Not a go. I sent y'all her email in today's
Yeah.
CM update. Sorry, I sent it a little bit late
Yeah.
today, but she's not doing it. We're not actively looking for a swim team. The city doesn't need
Okay.
a swim team.
Yeah, I
but,
just was curious.
But if we got somebody that approached us, I'm not opposed to it. Like if there's a swim team out there looking to join a city and attach Leon Valley's name to it, we're all for
Okay.
it, but we're not actively looking for one.
All right.
We've heard rumors that somebody was going to try to keep the Nomad team alive or the Lionsfish team alive. So maybe somebody will take it over, and they'll be more than welcomed here if they end up getting that together.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So once it opens on the 24th, it's going to remain open, right? Last year, it opened up on the Memorial Day weekend, and then for the next week, it was shut down because the kids were still in school.
There is some time where that's going to happen this year as well.
Oh, okay.
Mainly
All right.
because the lifeguards, it's contingent with the NISD
I see.
schedule.
Okay. That's what
So
I was
believe
curious about.
it's not very many days. It's like that last,
Yeah.
the week after Memorial Day.
Right. Okay. Well, that was clarified.
And that's it.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else?
Did have a question about the tennis courts that are attached to it, because a citizen asked me about, there's a lock on it, and it's a combination lock. Is it opened during certain hours and then locked, or is there a way to get the combination for people?
You contact Public Works.
Okay.
You contact. We've had vandalism there, so you just contact Public Works. They give it to you, and because you got to get the net and stuff from them
I
as well.
want a pickleball court there. Yes.
Actually, now that you bring that up, Mayor. So I was in Arizona over the weekend.
Yeah.
And at my sister's neighborhood park, they have tennis courts, and then they have the roll-away ones. We've talked about that a little bit. And they're just against the side, and then they roll them out to
The pickleball.
to make pickleball. And it's basically you're
right.
playing. If the tennis is this way, they do it on
The other
two
way.
courts on the other side. So I think that's a possibility. We'd have to paint it that way,
Mm-hmm.
and then I think if we're locking the tennis courts, I think that would be something that it would probably last longer. Right?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, thank you. Mr. Demline, thank you so much. Really appreciate your efforts this evening and everybody's efforts. I appreciate it. Okay. Well, Dr. Caldera said this was going to be a long meeting with 7 presentations, and we still have got.
Y'all got spoiled with 2 meetings ending at 8 o'clock.
I know, we were lucky getting out when we did. Okay, let me go with the announcements with the mayor and council, and I'll try to be as brief as I can. Saturday is Los Leones Art Festival at John Marshall from 10 to 2. Free music, art for sale, entertainment, food, and John Marshall also claims it as their fiesta. So anyway, it was started by our former mayor, Marcy Mefford. And then Sunday, the Historical Society does have an event there at the Homestead from 1 to 4, free admission, and you can park at City Hall and walk across. It's Harriet Onion's birthday party. And April 8th is the Volunteer Appreciation Dinner. I want to thank Crystal Miranda for helping to organize it. But if you are a volunteer, you got an invitation, you need to RSVP to Crystal by March 29th. And we are in a severe drought. If y'all hadn't noticed, we've gotten hardly any rain this year. And the fires are getting awfully close there in Fredericksburg area, and I think 9,500 acres were already burned. So anyway, just please be careful, especially if you smoke and you throw your cigarette butts out. And then Chief Naughton had said in his interview to KSAT 12, you could even have like a chain dangling from your truck, and that could cause a spark. So just, let's be careful because we don't want a fire. The library is going to be closed the first week of April to replace flooring and put in a new circulation desk. I knew we had funded that, but I didn't know we were going to be closed for the week. So just want to let everybody know, because I know our citizens depend upon the library for internet and research and stuff like that. So last but not least, let us know if you have a question or concern. We're all here to serve you. All right. So that's all I have this evening. And Mayor Pro Tem, do you have anything else?
Just two quick things.
Okay.
Just congratulations to the firefighter, John George. He was recently promoted to fire lieutenant. So congratulations to him. The other thing, I just want to also extend congratulations to Crystal Miranda and Roque Salinas. If you didn't see their interview piece on TV, they look like rock stars. So thank you for pointing the attention of what's going on in Leon Valley. So thank you very much.
You bet. Anyone else? Okay. Oh, Mr. Bradshaw.
Yeah, I wanted to welcome back Suni Williams and Butch Wilmore to Earth. They landed in the Gulf of America a few hours ago, splashed down, and some dolphins swam up to their capsule to welcome them back, and made possible by Elon Musk and SpaceX and Dragon Freedom.
Okay. Anyone else? Okay, well, we had a birthday yesterday.
Oh, wait.
That's right, Mr. Bradshaw. He turned 18 on St. Patrick's Day. Would y'all please join me in singing Happy Birthday?
Happy birthday
to you. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Bradshaw.
Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Or we're not going to ask you how old you are.
I know.
Backwards now.
I know how it is.
Okay. I hope you had a good St. Patrick's Day.
I did. Nobody
And,
pinched me. I wore my special.
I have a brother that was also born on St. Patrick's Day, so you have two birthdays in one. So, all right, thank you. All right, anyone? We're going to move to Dr. Caldera. Your announcements, please.
Again, I just want to parlay off what the mayor said. The library will be closed that first week of April. My apologies. I thought I put it in my last city manager's report, and I did not. So we are going to be closed. We put it in the e-news, and we did try to get the information out. We put it on the marquees and stuff like that. I do want to congratulate Andy Greco. He reached the rank of corporal in patrol. It just came in after I submitted my city manager's report. So congratulations to Andy Greco.
Great.
And that concludes my additions for city manager's report.
Wonderful. Okay, the consent agenda. Anyone on the consent agenda want to remove anything for discussion? If not, may I have a motion and a second to approve?
I so move.
All right, we have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to approve the consent agenda 6.1 through 6.5 as presented. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you. Moving then to the regular agenda, we have 3 items this evening. Let me read regular agenda item 7.1 and thank the park commissioners that are here for your patience until we can get till we could get to it this evening. Presentation, discussion, and possible action of a resolution adopting the 2025 Park Recreation Trails and Open Space Master Plan. And we have Melinda Mortz here, our director, and our chair of the Park Commission, and Elaine Valdez, who's the commissioner here. Anyone else from the park? And Danielle Bolton is here to present and for our recommendation to approve. Go
We're
ahead.
going to have the Park Commission chairman first, and then our consultant from Ardura is also here, and she'll give the actual presentation.
All right. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Christensen. How are you this evening?
Well, I'm enjoying the evening.
Good.
I'm going to be looking forward to tomorrow, just as expectedly.
Okay.
I didn't prepare remarks this evening. I really didn't expect to address the council, but I would like to make a couple brief comments. The Park Commission has been working diligently for the past 2 years, even longer than that, to prepare the next park master plan. And I think you've probably seen it.
We have.
It's a very, in my opinion, it's a very, very comprehensive plan, all-inclusive, and I really want to say thank you to Director Moritz and to our consultants for the wonderful job they did on the graphics, on the signage, and I worked on several master plans before, and this one is the most comprehensive one I've seen. So I think they did a very good job and should be complimented. Thank you so much.
And we thank you, Mr. Christensen, and the Park Commission as well, because you worked hand in hand with Director Moritz and the consultant, Ardura. Thank you. All right. Good evening and welcome. If you'll state your name and...
Good evening. My name is Lata Krishnarao. I'm with Ardura, and we had the pleasure to help the city put together this plan. Thanks from the bottom of my heart to the Parks Commission who served as the steering committee. They actually steered us in the right direction. We were just the facilitators. And thanks to you all, the citizens of Leon Valley, staff, for really getting involved in the process. We were really happy to see that kind of input because it just validates the recommendations. The recommendations are not ours, it's yours, so we're just happy to be part of this process. So yeah, sure. Yeah, I will keep this short.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I know it's late and you all have seen the plan. The plan has been up on the websites and we have gotten some comments, so we have tried to address those. Can I just scroll down? Or? So just the agenda for tonight, we'll start off with the team introductions, talk a little bit more about the project, the schedule, community collaboration, the report, and the next steps. As I mentioned, the report is online, so if you want to look at it. I'm not going to talk a lot about the appendices, but they are really important because that summarizes all the public participation and public engagement activities and kind of tells the story of what we heard and how those recommendations made it to the report. So again, thanks to the Parks Commission, thanks to staff, and my team members who are not here with me today. So just a little bit of background. As you all know, your parks, the legacy of parks goes back to 1975. The city has been very active, and the current master plan was approved in 2019. When we got involved, the thought was not to rewrite the plan or redo everything. It's just to make sure that we looked at current park standards. We looked at trying to update the plan and reflect the changes that had happened over the years, and also to make sure that we heard what the current residents of Leon Valley wanted because the demographics has changed. So just to make sure that the parks that are provided meet the needs of the citizens. The whole planning process was broken up into 5 phases, starting with mobilization findings, then we came up with recommendations, then did the draft report, and finalized the plan. Again, the green highlight there is how you see how involved the advisory committee was. At every phase, they were, just guiding us through the process. And I really want to commend them because they read every report, every draft, and gave some really valuable comments. So again, appreciate their input. They also had a charrette where they actually marked up each park, with all the input that you see in the plan. So that was really helpful. We did a presentation last month to the City Council, and then now we are here for council action today. Again, just summarizing the process, started the process in June, actually right after the Independence Day celebrations. We started working on the plan, and we had the survey open from July 19th to August 25th. We made sure that the information about the survey was everywhere on the website. We had boxes in the library that people could actually do physical surveys, and finally started working on the recommendations. And then, so we are here today where you see the red dot is. After this city council meeting, if you have any comments, we'll incorporate that and then have it ready for to be posted. So one thing that came out of this whole exercise was the first thing that we did was to come up with a vision statement. This is again based on everything that we heard from the community and from our steering committee, and they really helped us to polish this also. So the vision statement is that the City of Leon Valley's parks, trails, and open space will provide safe, accessible, and well-connected parks and recreation facilities, as well as preserve the natural environment of open spaces for improved quality of life. So just a little bit more on the community collaboration. I talked about the advisory committee meeting. We had interviews with stakeholders. We had the citywide survey, and then the city council meeting last month. So what we did was all the data that we gathered from the community input, we tried to club them into some certain themes. And as we went along, there were themes that started emerging, and we were able to put them into these more defined themes. And you can see the 7 themes here. These themes kind of serve as the framework for all our recommendations. So for every park and citywide recommendations, they're all clubbed under these themes. So the first one was family-oriented and inclusive. The second one was recreation and amenities. Third one was reinvestment and maintenance, and I heard a lot being discussed today about how important it is to maintain the parks. Comfort and safety was the next one. Access and connectivity, nature and environment, and then how do we make sure that it's sustainable and resilient. So the report itself basically has structured in 3 main categories. You have the existing conditions, you have citywide recommendations, and park recommendations. For each park, there were 14 parks and trails that were included in the report separately. And then the report also talks about it has a maintenance plan and an implementation plan that will help the city move towards achieving their goals. And then some of the, like I mentioned, the citywide recommendations, again, are broken up into those overarching themes. Family-oriented and inclusive, what we heard was to make sure that the parks were friendly to all ages. You were talking about celebrations. That was a theme that recurred through our process. People liked having celebrations in the city. In fact, they were even thinking maybe having a plaza or a park square to hold community events, and they thought that kind of brings the community together. Mm-hmm. And I'm sure you're hearing a lot about pickleballs and, dog park. Those are some other recurring themes that we heard. So probably none of this is a surprise to you, but it probably just validates what you have heard. In terms of recreation and amenities, there was some reference to having some guidelines, which we talk about the National Recreation and Park Association guidelines in the report, just to serve as a guide. There was some discussion on park dedication. How do new developers contribute to your park system? Programming to meet diverse needs, aquatic study, and an aquatic-related event was another thing that came up. There was a discussion about the pool, and I think the general consensus that we heard was that maybe keep one pool for the community, and repurpose the other pool side. Dog park, like I said, was a big one. A lot of people were looking for some more amenities for dogs, and then public art program was another one, which again, just sitting through your discussion with the silos, that was a recurring theme. And then again, a more citywide recommendation talking about reinvestment and maintenance, and then comfort and safety, making sure. There was something that was very interesting is people were worried about crime. It's not a whole lot, but they were just still wanted to make sure that that was curtailed. So talking about how through design some crime can be prevented, and then working with other agencies to address crime and homelessness in the parks. Access and connectivity was another one where people thought maybe having a unique, a comprehensive signage and branding for your parks and recreational amenities would kind of tell the story and walk people through the parks and the trails, and having the bike and pedestrian connectivity to the neighborhood so that a lot of people, almost 50% of the park users, actually walk to the park. So make sure that that was encouraged. And also looking at going beyond just ADA and looking at what other needs children and adults with disabilities might have. And then, again, a marketing plan and maybe some promotional activities. In terms of some thoughts for nature and environment, it was really important for them to preserve, enhance, and expand your natural areas, and also look at more local ecosystems so that you had biodiversity, look at habitats for migratory birds, and focus on more native plant materials in the parks. And then you talked about tourism today. Ecotourism was also discussed as to how Leon Valley could use their park system to encourage people to visit the city. Sustainability, resiliency was another one that was discussed, making sure that whatever improvements were made, lasted long and were more environmental friendly, including even water-saving landscaping, and also looking at funding sources, long-term and short-term. So one of the things that this park plan does for the city is it helps you to apply for some grant funding, where for one thing that they ask is, do you have a master parks plan? And we're working with Melinda to actually find some of the fundings, and hopefully the city might be able to fund some of the trail system, or even do another hike and bike master plan, things like that.
But have you identified anything specifically?
On
the grants, I was just curious.
Yeah, so
because I know that was one of the main reasons to have this park master plan was for grant funding. Just curious.
So Texas Parks and Wildlife, while it exists, they offer grants, and then also we applied through the Alamo Area MPO for a hike and bike trails, shared path, and hike and bike master plan, which would be fully funded by them. So
okay, very good. Thank you.
And then what you also see in the report is for each of the 14 parks and trails that were looked into, this map kind of shows the location. There are some specific recommendations for each section. One thing that's very important and kind of is an asset for Leon Valley is every resident has a park that's within half a mile of where they live, and that's a great selling point, of course, except for the Hodges neighborhood. So you will see that there are some recommendations to start exploring how to tie that neighborhood better to the park system. Right. So this is an example of like one facility. I just took the Raymond Rimkus Park example, where the first section looks at what are some of the existing conditions. It kind of lists all the amenities and what classification it would fall under, and then
yeah. Oh, okay. If you could try to wrap it up, because we've been at it for about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah, and then just the steering committee helped identify issues with each park, and then some recommendations on how to move forward. And again, like I said, those recommendations are club based on the themes that you see through the report. So that really concludes my presentation. We have received some comments back, some minor typos. Staff helped us update the amenities that already are there in the parks, and we also updated the maintenance schedule. Other than that, we haven't seen anything. I do have to tell you, I looked at the report today, and for some reason, there are 2 pages with the forward. So we will make sure that we clean it up. Yeah.
Okay,
I don't
very
know how
good.
that happened. I apologize
Okay.
for that. So.
All right,
And then the
thank
next
you.
steps is just finalizing, and
Uh-huh.
if you have any questions and answers, I'll be happy to answer.
I had one question. Does our park have Wi-Fi? No. Okay. I mean, Raymond Rimkus, the main park is what I was thinking of. Okay. And I don't know how the cost to get, but I don't know. I think Wi-Fi is a real important component to our life these days. Yes.
Our parks close at dark.
Mm-hmm.
They're sun up to sundown.
Yeah.
If you put Wi-Fi in there, I'm afraid that you would have a
Oh.
ton of people in there using Wi-Fi after
Okay.
dark.
At dark, yeah, that's good.
All right. The things I don't think about. Okay. Thank you, Belinda. All right. Thank you, Lata, for your presentation. Do appreciate it. And again, everyone who participated, from the director to the steering committee, which is our park commission. And I know we're going to vote on approving this, but Mr. Roscoe, did you have something?
I just want to thank them. That's
Yes,
what
exactly.
a great
Uh-huh.
job. Thank you so much.
And I think we'll reap some good benefits as far as hopefully future funding. So thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Councilor Campos.
I just want to thank it. This is such a very professional, comprehensive plan. I really want to thank all of the commissioners. Thank you, and the consultants from Madura. Thank you so much. And Melinda, thank you for your guidance through all this. Fantastic job.
All right. So what's the pleasure of the council on this agenda
make a
item?
motion.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to request that I make a motion for 7.1, allowing the resolution adopting the 2025 Parks and Residential Trails and Open Space Master Plan.
All right. We have a motion by Councilor Orozco and a second by Councilor Campos to adopt the 2025 Park Recreations Trail and Open Space Master Plan by resolution as presented. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Thank you again. Do appreciate it. All right. Moving to Agenda 7.2, presentation and discussion on a request for variance to the Leon Valley Code of Ordinances, Chapter 3, Building Regulations, Article 3.04, Signs, Section 3.04.012, Subsection C1, Off-premises signs, to allow a new off-premises sign billboard to be located at 0 Northwest Industrial Drive, Lot 1, Block 1, CB 4428F, Northwest Industrial Park subdivision on approximately 0.34 acres. And we have our Planning and Zoning Director, Ms. Huerta, here this evening to present. Thank you and welcome. And I apologize. I know we've had 2 people sitting in the back since 6:30, so thank you for your patience. We greatly appreciate it, and we'll get to you in just a few minutes. Thank you and good evening. And you've had to wait too, so thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The question before you is, should Council grant a sign variance to allow a new off-premises sign billboard within less than 1,000 feet from another existing off-premises sign? And this is located at 0 Northwest Industrial Drive. You have the options of granting the variance, denying the variance, or other options like considering additional conditions. And it is at the council's discretion. Approval is at the council's discretion. Kenyo, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right, Outdoor Advertising, are requesting a variance to allow a new billboard at this location. It is located within 1,000. It doesn't meet the minimum distance requirements from another billboard, which is 1,000 linear feet. The closest billboard is about a little over 600 feet. It's on 410 on the other side of Bandera. This billboard that they are proposing is single-sided, and it's trying to attract northbound traffic on Bandera Road. That's the traffic that will face it. if approved. The sign height is proposed at 50 feet with a 40-foot by 12-foot single sign face, and it will be a digital display. The applicant would also be required to obtain approval from TxDOT. This is the location that they are proposing. I didn't mean to turn it off. I meant to. Where the star is, it's a triangular shaped property that's there at the southwest corner, kind of that intersection of Northwest with Bandera, right there. This is their proposed site plan. They will be located. They are proposing to locate the sign closest to Bandera, closest to the narrowest part of the lot. This is what it would look like. It would be single-sided, once again, digital, and for northbound traffic going on Bandera. This shows you the sign specifications, which show the 50-foot proposed overall height with the digital sign face and only one face. Chapter 3 of your building regulations regulate this section of the code, Article 3.04 signs, and 3.04.012 regulates off-premise signs, and it says that no off-premise signs, that new off-premise signs are prohibited. However, there is an exemption in the code that allows for new billboard signs or billboard signs to be located within the Interstate 410 and Bandera Road. And this location does meet that exemption. However, they do not meet the next caveat, which is with a 1,000-foot separation from another billboard. The code also gives applicants the opportunity to apply for a variance when they want to erect signs that are not in conformance with the code. They must appeal this to the City Council, and the City Council can grant variances if the appeal alleges an error in how it was administered by staff, and or if they can prove a hardship, if the conditions of an interpretation of the rules would create a hardship for this property owner. Those are the two situations where council could consider approval of a variance. As far as fiscal impact, the proposed improvement may increase the city's property tax base, and the recommendation is at the discretion of City Council. The applicant is here and
All right.
would like to have an opportunity to
Certainly. That we'll hear from the applicant next, and then we'll open it up for questions from the council. And Mr. Killian, good evening. Haven't seen you in a while, but welcome. We're glad you're here.
Well, good evening, Mayor
Yes.
and council members. I know you had a very long evening, and I will keep my comments brief, but I do have a presentation. It's got some visuals that I think will help. So my name is Rob Killen. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Killen, Griffin, and Fairmont. Our address is 10101 Reunion Place in San Antonio. Here on behalf of Kinjo, who is the applicant in that case. So if we can pull up.
Mayor and council, you have to give authorization for outside presentation to be presented. So he does have a presentation, but if you could give him authorization to show it, but it's at the council's discretion.
I'll leave it up to the council. Is that all right? Yes, go ahead. All right, thank you.
I think these visuals will help. And can I advance the slides with this? There we go. Okay, great. Thank you so much. And I think
Present the slideshow, Roque.
Oh,
Can't get on there.
even better. Got the full screen. So we are asking for a variance. We're in the correct location at 410 and Bandera that is exempted from the prohibition on any new billboards or off-premise signs. We are within 1,000 feet of a sign that this council approved about a year ago. And so that's why we're asking for the variance. So this property is a weirdly shaped piece of property. It's this triangle. So this is on the property looking towards Bandera Road. We don't actually have frontage right on Bandera. We're separated by a little bit. You can see this. This is looking from Bandera Road to the property. You can see that kind of fenced off area, the tip of the property. You'll see how it lays out in just a second, but that's about where the billboard would go. This shows you, again, the triangular-shaped piece of property. You saw this in Ms. Huerta's presentation as well. A little bit closer in, the area in green is the property. You can see it's triangle, and it's a vacant triangle, not being used for anything. It hasn't been used for anything ever, as far as we can tell, looking back at historic aerials. You did see this image. And so what I wanted to do is look at this image. You can see you are looking north and west along Bandera Road. You can see 410 in the background. The sign is facing traffic that will be traveling north and west on Bandera Road. The other, how do I do the laser pointer on this? Oh, perfect. Thank you. I'll try not to blind anybody. There we go. So the other sign that's within 1,000 feet, you can't even see on this because it's over here, kind of off the picture. And our sign is oriented towards, our proposed sign is oriented towards Bandera Road. This sign over here that was approved by council is oriented towards 410 and the access road, so you can't even see it. And so this would be the only off-premise sign that is facing that traffic on Bandera Road inside 410. This is a little bit better picture. Again, here is the proposed property, and then the other sign is over here. So again, it faces two different markets. And so in looking through the ordinance, what I couldn't figure out is where the 1,000 feet came from. So we're over 500 feet away, but I would assume, based on other sign ordinances and similar kinds of ordinances that we've worked on in other jurisdictions, the idea of the 1,000 feet is you don't want to look down a straight row and see sign after sign after sign. And so I would, if that was the thought process behind the 1,000 feet, I would encourage you to consider the fact that this sign that's existing was approved is, again, facing a different place than this one, a different target audience. It is zoned commercial B3, dense commercial, in an industrial park with industrial zoning mostly about. So property was platted in 1969. So it's a weirdly shaped piece of property, but it's been a weirdly shaped piece of property for nearly 56 years. It has not been developed, probably because you can't really develop on a weirdly shaped piece of property. Here's 1995, for example, just going back. But we went back even further and looked at this, and it looks like nothing's ever been done on the property. If I'm wrong, and there are any council members, the mayor, that can correct me, but as far as we know, nothing's been done with this property. We are asking for the variance again from the 1,000 feet. You've already seen that. So we're not alleging there's been any error by staff. What we're saying is that if we can't put the sign there, we can't use the property for really anything else, that would result in an unnecessary hardship. And the odd shape of the property, there's a lot of case law on what constitutes an unnecessary hardship. Usually this is something that's considered by a board of adjustment in zoning variances, but you use the same terminology in your code for sign variances. So when you created the carve out for this intersection, that is this blue circle. This is the 410 Bandera intersection where you're allowed to have an off-premise billboard. When you take the 1,000-foot radius from the sign that was approved and you overlay it, you can see we are at the edge of the blue circle where the sign would be permitted, but that the red circle extends further out from there. So, we have no control over the location of the other sign. So this kind of pushes us at the edge. We couldn't go further out because then we would be outside the blue circle to go outside the red circle. So you see the bit of conundrum that we're in. This just blows it up a little bit. Again, platted in 1969. So the case law, again, this is Board of Adjustment kind of case law, but it's the concept of the hardship. And what the courts in Texas, when they talk about hardship, they have looked at the configuration or shape of the lot. That's a 1970s case. This is a 2004 case out of City of Austin. It talked about oddly shaped lots, and also talked about the fact that the applicant in that case, in the Ferris case, that they didn't create the situation. Well, Kinjo didn't create the situation in 1969 when that lot was created. They're coming into an existing situation that cannot be corrected. You can't reconfigure the lot because everything else around it is developed. And a case out of 2018 where it talks about oddly shaped lots and curvature of the street as constituting a hardship. And there we go, the hardship. Substantial justice be done by granting the variance. Well, it's really about meeting the spirit of the ordinance. And we believe that granting the variance is consistent with the spirit of the ordinance. And so you got 7 factors when you talk about your statement of purpose for sign regulations. And just to briefly go through these, not contrary to health, safety, or welfare, we could put a sign, we could put an on-premise sign here if we could actually use the property and a business could locate there. So it's not a question of whether a sign should be there or could be there. It's a question of whether it could be an off-premise sign or not. Really, we're talking about the messaging, not the sign itself. Identity, it's unwelcoming, harmless, or unpleasant. We don't believe so. It's a commercial corridor, and it's obviously aimed at the traffic along Bandera Road. And the other sign is, like I said, it's 560 feet away. I think the staff number is actually more than that, 600. So between 500 and 600 feet away. So that's the sign. This is the sign that was approved by council last year. This is a picture taken along, obviously, Bandera Road, looking towards 410. To the left is the property where we're proposing the sign. Let's move a little bit further up. As you can see, so on our left, so across the street on the left is where the proposed sign would go. You will notice as you look down the corridor, you cannot see the other sign. And even as you continue going down, you still can't see that other sign because, again, it's on the 410 access road and is oriented towards that traffic. Negatively impact pedestrian traffic and safety. No, it's actually set back, as you can see. It's not near the sidewalk, and it's not interfering with any traffic the way it's oriented on the site. Encourage effective use of signs as a means of communication. Well, we're putting messaging on there, so that's exactly what it is, a form of communication. Maintain and enhance the city's ability to attract sources of economic development and growth. So when you approved the sign last year, you talked about that, also a digital billboard, that billboard would encourage and assist economic development in the city and the greater Leon Valley area and advertise proposed developments and other opportunities for commercial investment in the city. So we like to think that this billboard will do the same thing that one did. This is just a snippet from the agreement that you approved last year with the other sign company. Adverse effects to public and private property. Like I said, this is an area that is zoned residential. Again, our piece of property is the B3, but it's surrounded by industrial. By the way, this is the edge of city limits. The adjacent property is in the city of San Antonio. It is also, the city of San Antonio zoning is also commercial. You don't have any neighborhoods, you don't have any residents living nearby, so you've got commercial and industrial zoning on the city of San Antonio side, so there wouldn't be any negative impact on any residents nearby. And then unfair and consistent, no, we believe that this is consistent. Like I said, you could put an on-premise sign there if this property could accommodate a business of its own. So putting a sign here that's an off-premise sign wouldn't be inconsistent, we don't believe. Now, Kinjo engaged another law firm that specializes in free speech and constitutional kinds of issues, and that is their specialty, not my specialty. I'm a land use attorney. We do variances. But Kinjo's other law firm looked at this, and they wanted to make sure that we pointed out that, again, what you're doing is, because we could do an on-premise sign, we can't do an off-premise sign. Really what you're regulating is the messaging on the sign itself, and it's a restraint on freedom of speech. So just wanted to make sure that was noted and that was included in a letter from Kinjo's law firm that looked at this particular question. Again, we think that it's the right location. It's locations you've designated for billboards within that circle. And the only reason we can't fit in that circle and put the billboard is because the billboard that was approved last year. But again, 2 different billboards, 2 different orientations, 2 different markets, and you can't see one from the other. So it's not increasing any kind of visual clutter in the neighborhood. So with that, I will conclude my remarks. I'm happy to answer any questions, but I do appreciate your time, and I know we're almost at the 10 o'clock mark, and you have other items on your agenda.
Appreciate it, Mr. Killian. Okay.
Mayor, just some clarification. So the picture that he showed of the sign that y'all approved last year is the incorrect picture. The sign that you approved was the one on the IHOP property, so I just clarification on that. The digital one, correct.
That's what I thought.
So that's just one clarification. That this says Board of Adjustments, this is City Council, so I just want to make that clarification. The last clarification I want to make is if you have questions in regards to any of the law citations he has presented this evening, you are more than welcome to go into executive session and have a conversation with the attorney. He is, again, remoting in, he's online. If you don't have any questions on the case law, you are not required to go into executive session to discuss those items. If it's just in regards to sign location, you can certainly ask out here in open session and make that
Go
decision.
in, yeah. What do you think?
If I may add, so first of all, thank you, and I'm sorry about the wrong picture on there, but we're not asking the council to make a decision based on the cases I cited. Usually, I was just using it for purposes of really putting context around the unnecessary hardship.
Sure. It's just if they have questions on any of the case law that you're cited, they do have the privilege to go into executive session.
Mr.
So I just
Bradshaw.
wanted to note that.
But my question is actually, is this the first read, or can we can make a
No, you
motion
are
on
making a
this?
decision. It's a variance. It's not an ordinance.
Gotcha.
Right.
Okay. So if that's the case, I'll just make a motion that we approve the variance. For
I
this.
second it.
Okay, any further, we have a motion by Counselor Bradshaw and a second by Counselor Orozco to approve this variance as presented. Any further discussion? Mr. Campos.
I just had one question. In looking at the circles that were outlined in this presentation, you know, when I'm reading this, I'm thinking, this is pretty far away from 410, right? But was our ordinance or regulation intended to go that far out?
So the thought process when we did the gateway, and Melinda's not here, but was to keep the billboard digital signage closer to 410 as possible. And back when we wrote the sign ordinance at the time, you know, I think there was some discussion on 500 feet to 1,000 feet. They were trying to capture Ancira and some of the automotive shops that were around there, and in order to be able to do that, they needed to go out 1,000 feet. I don't think anybody at the time was ever thinking 1,000 feet inside 410. And so, but that was the thought process during that time, to capture some of those businesses where those digital signs were going to be located, and that's why they went out 1,000 feet.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second on the table to approve the variance as presented in 7.2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion does carry. Okay, thank you, Mr. Killeen. You bet. Okay, thank you. Moving then to 7.3, presentation and discussion of an ordinance authorizing a budget adjustment for fiscal year 2025 from the general fund reserve in the amount of $35,000 for the purpose of increasing the Public Works Department budget to provide funding for the demolition of the Leon Valley swimming pool facility. And this is the first read. And so we will just put it in the consent agenda for April 1st, if that's the pleasure of the council. And Mr. Demline is here this evening to present. Thank you, sir.
So this
And welcome
item,
back.
as you mentioned, it is a follow-up, and we are requesting a budget adjustment for the demolition. All of the work would be done in-house by Public Works. The amount of $35,000 is really for the materials that we would purchase to fill in the swimming pool. And so that's, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, it's filling in the pool, but you're also taking down the concession stand?
We would, yes.
Okay, that's what I read.
We would, it's like the breezeway and the concession areas. The other thing that we would do is we would transfer all of the pumps,
Yeah, that's
filters,
the other thing.
motors.
I like
We're
that.
going to save those and use them at the Forest Oaks pool.
And then,
So
and keep the
repurpose
bathrooms,
that
and
as
keep the
well.
bathrooms there.
The bathrooms, yes.
Okay.
Yes, Mayor.
Can you go to the fiscal impact slide, just for the record, please? Thank you, David.
So this would be the estimate for that. The work will be done in-house. And then the general fund reserve balance as of 9/30 was $6.8 million.
Okay. And how long will this take?
A couple of weeks.
Okay, so
I
I know
would
we're
say-
looking at repurposing the property, so I was just curious. Okay.
Yes, I feel like we could get this done in 2 weeks.
Okay, all right. And I'm not sure when we're coming back with that agenda
We're
item?
going to bring the design back, but it'll be really during your budget process. Like,
Okay.
it's not a,
All right, so it's
it's not a right now problem, but I would like to get it filled in because then it's done, right? Like, there's no
Exactly.
coming back and training.
Okay. All right,
Dig-
so this
We
is,
could dig it back out.
so the general consensus is to put it in the consent agenda for the next meeting? Okay, very good. All right, thank you so much, Mr. Demmeline, do appreciate it. All right, on Agenda 8, any requests for future agenda items? I talked to the manager today. I've been talking to Mr. Reyna at the county, and he said to me yesterday, Mayor, if you would have the word seniors in the community, I guess we renamed it Irene Baldridge Community Center, but he said if we put Irene Baldridge Senior Community Center, we'd be eligible for more grants for the community center. And that's, I mean, I know the Dr. Caldera says, well, we pretty well have everything moving and grooving, and but again, this is not now, it could be for the future. So I'd like to put that on, maybe.
So Mayor, I have an email constructed that I'm getting ready to send
Okay.
Raina just for clarification on that, because we do have a lease agreement with the seniors and the building was originally built. There are other parameters within CDBG, and I don't want to limit funding opportunities, so I just want to make sure I capture everything that he needs. So it may not, because you can also use CDBG funds for youth programs, you can use CDBG funds for ADA accessibility, and you don't have to put those in the title of the name. It's just, that's what you're going to use it for. So I just need clarification from him. Not that I'm opposed to calling it the
No,
senior
no, no,
center
I
or
mean,
whatever.
that was what he was just saying.
And so
He strongly
I want to reach
suggested
out to
it.
him to make sure I capture
Okay.
everything so I don't limit funding opportunities in the future. But yes, we'll get it on.
Thank you. Mr.
And I wanted
Orozco.
to get the doctor's opinion. I know that you had sent out a video on some dogs being thrown out behind Dollar General.
Sure.
And I know that the fine is up to $4,000 and a possible 1 year in prison. What legality do we have to raise that up to, say, $10,000 and 5 years in jail? Is this mandate? I'd like to make it the strictest law in Texas to do that here in Leon Valley.
I would need to consult with the attorney on that.
Would you
And
please?
so I'll do that, and if we need it as a topic of conversation with
And if
you.
we make it the strictest law in Texas, that's fine with me.
Okay, let me get with him and I can bring something.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, that sounds good. All right, if there are no other
Mayor,
issues.
I don't have
Yes.
really an item, but just more of like an ask. So I presented the capital budget this evening. If y'all have pet projects that y'all want to work on that you did not see captured in the capital here, that's the whole reason y'all are asking me to bring it earlier to y'all to make sure I've gotten everything in the budget and there aren't as many last minute adds to the budget that are messing with the dollar amounts. So if you have asked for this fiscal year's budget, FY26, our retreat is May 31st. We'll be well into the budget cycle at that point. So my ask from y'all is if you have those asks, to email them to me and we'll start planning at least getting numbers and stuff for y'all for those items. So just more of an announcement, doesn't need to be like an actual item, but I sometimes feel that staff is driving some of y'all's initiatives and y'all should really be driving your initiatives. Not that I mind, we have to put equipment and stuff in there, but if you have pet projects y'all would like to see accomplished in the future and you would like numbers for, I don't know unless you tell me. And so we get this information from town hall meetings, resident complaints, we as staff compile that, but I don't ever want the council or the community to feel that we're driving the initiative or the direction of the city, that's really coming from them. So if y'all have any of that, please forward them to us. We can make sure we get numbers for the budget for you.
Well, on the flip side, what if we think we should not consider it for the budget? Do you want to hear from it?
Yeah,
just now?
I mean, so
or postpone it,
No,
or
so any items that you like the 24,000 for the IT is just because it's the first one on the list. That's what's popping in my mind. If y'all think that which shouldn't be funded, that's great. If you send me items that you think that should be postponed or not, so then when I bring it back to council, I can flag it and say, look, we have 2 or 3 council members that don't think that this should be in here.
Okay.
What are your thoughts? Like, we get feedback from the community, from y'all. If I may agree with y'all and just be like, hey guys, I agreed with what was said and we're just the merry-go-round, we're just not going to do it this year, we're going to take it out, or whatever that item may be, especially if I have multiple council members tell me the same thing.
All right. I appreciate it. Anyone else? All right. 10:02, we move to adjourn without objection. Good evening. Happy birthday, Mr. Bradshaw. Yes.
disability, broken fingers.
Yeah, workers' comp.
Yeah.
Oh, this is not federal, sorry.
Oh, there you go.